every restless thought you carry, every expectation you place on yourself, every quiet demand your mind whispers when no one is listening, has shaped the weight you feel inside. We don't always notice it happening. One small pressure here, one quiet "I should" there, until the mind becomes a tight fist that forgot how to let go. All day long, you move through the world wearing a steady face. You meet deadlines, you handle problems, you keep going because that's what life expects of you. But when the noise settles and the room grows still, you can feel the truth behind the calm you show others. A mind that wants to rest, but doesn't know how. A mind that keeps demanding more effort, more answers, more certainty, until the peace you deserve slips further away. But you're not broken. You're just tired. Tired of forcing clarity. Tired of trying to control what was never yours to carry. Tired of chasing calm instead of learning how to invite it. The Stoics understood this. They believed that suffering begins when the mind insists the world should bend to its wishes, that peace arrives the moment we loosen our grip on outcomes, on fears, on the stories we repeat in our heads, and that a single shift in perspective can soften years of tension. Tonight, this message is for that part of you that's ready to stop demanding and start releasing. For the quiet, wiser voice inside you that knows peace isn't something you chase. It's something you uncover when you stop fighting what is. Let this be the beginning. A slow exhale, a returning to yourself. A first step into the kind of clarity that doesn't depend on the world changing, only your relationship with it. The mind finds peace when it stops demanding. Tonight we explore what that truly means. The mind relaxes a little when you finally stop reading those words. A small pause, a small opening, not dramatic, not loud, just a quiet shift inside you, almost like something exhaling after holding itself together for years. That's where the real work begins, not in fireworks, not in breakthroughs, but in these subtle moments when a truth finally has room to step forward. And there is one truth that follows many people like a shadow, one that feels harmless at first, but shapes nearly every decision, every fear, every heaviness you carry. The quiet tyranny of should. It governs more lives than any law ever written. Somewhere in childhood, someone told you how you should behave. Later, school taught you what you should want. Society taught you the life you should build. And eventually, without noticing, you accepted a world made of invisible instructions, rules you never agreed to, but still feel pressured to obey. You should be more productive. You should be stronger. You should be happier. You should be further ahead. You should already know where your life is going. Each should sounds simple, but every one of them pulls a thread inside you. One thread doesn't do much, but dozens, hundreds, over years, they tighten around the mind until you can't tell where your true desire ends and someone else's expectations begin. Hidden expectations are dangerous, not because they shout, but because they whisper. They slip into the inner dialogue you trust. They disguise themselves as responsibility, discipline, even morality. And before long, your life becomes less about living and more about performing some invisible checklist you never wrote. This is where stress grows, not from the tasks themselves, but from the belief that failing them means you are failing. The pressure isn't in the action, it's in the meaning you attach to the action. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that suffering comes not from life itself, but from the demands we place on how life must be. A rigid mind creates a fragile life, When everything must go a certain way, peace becomes impossible. There's always something to fix, something to catch up on, something to improve before you allow yourself to rest. And the strange part is, many of the shoulds you carry aren't even yours. They were inherited, absorbed, copied. You followed them because everyone else followed them, because they seemed normal, because questioning them felt wrong. But the body knows when a life no longer fits. It tells you through fatigue, through tension behind the ribs, through restlessness at night when the world is quiet and the mind finally feels safe enough to tell you the truth. There's a moment, often later in life, when a person looks back and realizes the pressure they lived under was not natural. It was learned, and anything learned can be unlearned. This is where release begins. Not by giving up on responsibility, but by separating real responsibility from imagined duty. Real responsibility is grounded, clear. It respects your limits. False duty is heavy, endless, built on fear. When the mind runs on should, it lives in a constant state of shortage. Not enough time, not enough progress, not enough of you. And this shortage creates a subtle panic in the nervous system, a feeling that you must hurry, must catch up, must push harder. It keeps the body in alert mode even when nothing is wrong. That's why invisible stress feels so confusing. You can't see its source because the source is a belief, not a situation. The belief that you're always supposed to be somewhere else, something else, anyone else but who you are right now. The first step out of this silent prison is awareness. Seeing the should instead of obeying it. Holding it in your hand like an object instead of letting it guide your life like a compass. When you hear the thought, "You should be more successful by now," you pause and ask, "Says who?" That question alone loosens decades of tension. Because some expectations are so old, so deeply woven into your identity, that questioning them feels like breaking a rule. But here's the truth the Stoics knew well. Most of the rules that limit you were created by people who were limited themselves. You inherited their fears, not their wisdom. Letting go of internal demands does not make you lazy. It makes you honest. A mind that is free from false expectations becomes lighter, faster, and surprisingly more productive. Not because it is forced, but because it is no longer weighed down by guilt. Purpose grows where pressure once lived. You are not meant to live inside an endless list of demands. You are meant to respond to life, not constantly chase the version of you someone else imagined. When you begin releasing these hidden expectations, something incredible happens. Your breath deepens. Your inner world softens. Your decisions become gentler, clearer, wiser. And for the first time in a long time, you feel space. Space inside your mind, inside your chest, inside your life. That is the beginning of real peace. And now that this first layer of invisible stress has been lifted, we can go even deeper. The moment you start to release those silent shoulds, something unexpected happens. A kind of inner quiet rises. Not dramatic, not overwhelming, just a subtle shift beneath the surface. It feels like the mind, for the first time in a long time, has space to exhale. But with that space comes another layer of tension, one that hides deeper than expectations. The one that whispers that the way you prefer things to be is the way they must be. It feels safe, familiar, even reasonable, yet it slowly tightens around your life without mercy. There's a unique pressure that appears whenever reality refuses to line up with the picture you hold inside. A small delay, a changed plan, a different opinion. These tiny differences start tugging at something sensitive. The chest tightens, Thoughts start racing, the mood drops, and the mind quietly insists that something has gone wrong. But nothing went wrong. Life simply didn't bow to your expectations. That discomfort isn't the world hurting you. It's rigidity inside you interpreting inconvenience as danger. A demanding mind doesn't only demand more from you, it demands that the world remain predictable. What starts as preference slowly stiffens into necessity. You prefer silence, then you require it. You prefer schedules, then you depend on them. You prefer control, then you panic when it slips through your fingers. Over time, you stop seeing these inner rules as choices. They become the lens you see everything through, and the world that doesn't comply feels hostile. It's not weakness, it's a survival reflex. Predictability feels like safety. Patterns feel like certainty. Familiarity feels like control. The mind tries to protect you by clinging to sameness, believing that stability equals peace. But life moves, shifts, bends, changes its shape without asking permission. When the mind refuses to bend with it, tension grows not from events, but from resistance to those events. The Stoics understood this completely. They knew the mind suffers most when it confuses what it wants with what must be. The moment preference becomes rule, peace becomes conditional. If everything must be just right for you to feel calm, then calm will always slip away. A rigid mind treats ordinary moments as personal offenses and simple changes as threats to order. It creates conflict where none exists, all because it quietly believes that comfort is the truth. Rigidity shows itself in small ways, long before it becomes visible. A sigh when someone rearranges something you placed. A spike of irritation when plans shift. A heaviness in the body when your routine breaks. These reactions feel natural, but they're not responses to life. They're responses to the gap between the world and your inner script. And that gap grows wider the longer we hold on to our internal rules. The trouble with cognitive rigidity is that it limits more than your mood. It limits your growth. It shrinks your world. It narrows your possibilities. When the mind becomes stiff, everything unfamiliar feels threatening. Curiosity fades. Flexibility disappears. Learning slows. The world becomes smaller not because it is shrinking, but because your ability to move within it has tightened. Softening this rigidity doesn't require destroying structure. It simply requires loosening the grip. It means allowing life to unfold without instantly labeling every difference as a problem. It means questioning the urgency your mind attaches to your preferences. When irritation rises, the question becomes not, "Why is this happening?" but, "Why did I believe it needed to go differently?" A question like that doesn't fix the moment, it frees it. When you recognize that preference is not obligation, something quiet shifts. The shoulders drop, the breath deepens, the pace slows. You begin to notice how often your stress came from insisting that life should match the picture in your mind. Peace doesn't come from getting what you want. Peace comes from not treating what you want as the only acceptable outcome. A flexible mind adapts without fear. It sees options where a rigid mind sees danger. It moves with change instead of fighting it. And in that movement, a deeper kind of stability appears. One not based on control, but on inner steadiness. That steadiness allows you to live without bracing yourself against the world. It lets you experience what's happening instead of wrestling with what you think should be happening. The more the mind releases its grip on necessity, the more space you feel inside yourself. Not because life becomes easier, but because you no longer treat every difference as disruption. And in that space, clarity begins to grow. The softening that comes when the mind lets go of rigidity creates a different kind of silence, one that feels deeper, almost unfamiliar. It's the kind of quiet that reveals things you didn't know were living inside you. Beneath the expectations you've shed and the inner rules you've loosened, there is something even more tangled. The belief that what you want is who you are, that your desires define your identity, that your achievements, attachments, cravings, ambitions, and hopes are the measure of your worth. This is where the mind gets hooked without realizing it. There's a certain heaviness that forms when you confuse desire with self. You want success, and suddenly your whole identity depends on achieving it. You want love, and now rejection feels like erasure. You want approval, and criticism becomes a wound. You want progress, and slowing down becomes failure. Without noticing, desire stops being something you experience and becomes something you are. And once that happens, life feels fragile, because every outcome becomes personal. The Stoics understood this human tendency well. They saw that suffering grows when we attach our identity to things outside our control. They believed that freedom comes not from abandoning desire, but from unhooking identity from desire. In simple terms, you can want something without believing that you are incomplete without it. You can pursue something without tying your worth to the result. You can care deeply without letting it consume who you are. The mind hooks itself quietly. It starts with small stories. I need this to feel okay. I'll be enough when I achieve this. If I lose this, I lose myself. Each story tightens a knot inside you, and the more knots you carry, the more the world can pull at them. Every setback hits harder. Every delay feels heavier. Every disappointment pierces deeper, not because the event itself is unbearable, but because the mind believes the event changed something about your essence. Unhooking begins with the simple recognition that desire is natural. It's human. It's part of how we move through the world. But desire becomes dangerous when it transforms into identity. When wanting love turns into believing you're unlovable without it. When wanting success turns into believing you lack worth until you reach it. When wanting stability turns into believing you're failing if life shifts. The Stoics knew that inner freedom comes when you can hold your wants with open hands instead of clenched fists. A powerful shift happens when you start seeing desire as a passing experience, not a definition. You can observe it the way you observe a cloud drifting across the sky, not ignoring it, not suppressing it, simply acknowledging that it comes and goes. When you treat desire as a visitor instead of a ruler, the mind begins to relax. The pressure diminishes. The fear loosens. You're no longer measuring yourself through what you gain or lose. The reason this method works is because identity becomes lighter. When you stop fusing your worth with outcomes, you are no longer threatened by uncertainty. You can want something and still be at peace if you don't receive it. You can enjoy success without being shattered by failure. You can love deeply without feeling destroyed if life changes. This emotional resilience doesn't come from detachment. It comes from clarity. The clarity of knowing that who you are and what you desire are not the same thing. There is another quiet truth hidden beneath this. Many desires you carry are not even your own. They were absorbed from family, culture, peers, or old versions of yourself. You may be chasing goals that don't belong to you anymore. You may be holding expectations that no longer fit the life you want. When identity gets fused with borrowed desires, you end up living for a life that isn't truly yours. The Stoic unhooking method allows you to ask a powerful question. Do I want this? Or was I taught that I should want this? That single question can redirect the course of a life. When you stop treating desire as identity, you gain access to something rare. Inner neutrality. Not indifference, but stability. A calm center that does not collapse every time life shifts. From this place, decisions become clearer. Actions become intentional. Failures become information instead of wounds. You no longer need outcomes to prove anything about your value. You begin to move through the world with less fear, because there is nothing left for the world to take from you that defines who you are. This is not about rejecting desire. It's about reclaiming yourself from it. You can still pursue goals, love deeply, dream boldly, create endlessly, and give your whole heart to what matters. But you do it from a place of inner freedom rather than inner pressure. You walk toward what you want, not because you believe it completes you, but because it expresses you. And as the mind unhooks itself from the web of desire, a softer kind of strength emerges, quiet, steady, unshaken by gain or loss. A strength that carries you forward without fear, without urgency, without the desperate need to prove your worth through anything outside yourself. There's a subtle shift that begins the moment you stop tying your identity to your desires. It feels like the mind becomes lighter, but something else begins to change too. Something deeper than thoughts, deeper than feelings, deeper than beliefs. The body starts responding, not in dramatic ways, not with sudden bursts of energy or instant relaxation, but with quiet signs that something inside you is loosening. The shoulders drop without being asked. The breath moves a little easier. The chest feels less crowded. These small physical changes are the body's way of whispering that it finally feels safe enough to soften. The nervous system has been listening to every internal demand you've ever placed on yourself. Every pressure, every must, every silent expectation. The body doesn't distinguish between emotional threat and physical threat. It reacts the same way. When the mind insists that life must go a certain way, the nervous system prepares for danger the moment things don't match that expectation. Even when nothing harmful is happening, the body still activates its alarm system. Tight jaw, raised heartbeat, shallow breathing, restlessness, tension near the ribs. These are not flaws. They are the body trying to protect you from a threat that only exists in your thoughts. When you begin letting go of demands, even a little, the body notices. It's like releasing a pressure valve you didn't know was there. All those moments when your nervous system stayed on alert because your mind insisted on control, those moments start to fade. You may not feel the shift right away, but the body does. It recognizes the absence of inner pressure long before the mind fully understands what's happening. The nervous system is built to respond to uncertainty, but when the mind is constantly demanding certainty, calm becomes impossible. You live in a state of subtle vigilance, always monitoring, anticipating, correcting, controlling. The body interprets this as danger. It prepares you to fight, freeze, or run, even during ordinary moments of life. A delayed text, a shift in tone, a small mistake, a change in plans. None of these are threats, yet the body reacts as if something is chasing you. Letting go breaks this cycle by removing the false alarms. When you release the belief that life must match your expectations, The nervous system stops feeling responsible for defending you from what is simply life. Non-demand lowers the internal pressure that keeps your system activated. The body no longer needs to brace itself against every possibility. It stops waiting for disaster in the ordinary. It begins to trust stillness again. This physiological calm isn't passive. It's not numbness or shutting down. It's the opposite. It's the body returning to its natural rhythm, the rhythm it lost when your mind started treating preferences as rules and desires as identity. A calm nervous system doesn't mean nothing matters to you. It means you are no longer fighting the world inside your own skin. As you let go, the breath becomes your first sign of healing. The inhale stops feeling urgent. The exhale stops feeling forced. Breathing becomes gentle, like the body is thanking you for no longer suffocating it with inner pressure. With every release of expectation, the chest opens a little more. This isn't metaphorical, it's biological. Muscles loosen, the diaphragm frees, the vagus nerve signals safety. The heart rate falls into a steadier rhythm. Calm becomes less of a mental idea and more of a physical state. Your senses sharpen too, not in a tense way, but in a grounded way. The world feels clearer because the body is no longer using energy to defend against imagined threats. When the mind stops demanding, the nervous system stops predicting danger. Energy that once went into bracing now goes into presence. You hear more, you notice more, you absorb more gently. This is why peace feels fuller when demands fall away. The body and mind finally start working together instead of against each other. Another shift happens in how the body handles discomfort. When the mind is rigid and demanding, even small sensations feel overwhelming because the nervous system interprets them as warnings. A minor ache becomes a threat. A moment of uncertainty becomes a crisis. But when the mind softens, the body stops reacting so dramatically. Physical tension releases because the brain no longer ties every sensation to a story about danger, failure, or loss. Letting go creates emotional stability too. When the body stops living in survival mode, you feel fewer emotional spikes. Anxiety doesn't hit as hard. Frustration passes faster. Sadness feels cleaner, not tangled. Joy becomes easier to experience because it isn't competing with fear. You no longer live with the constant hum of pressure in the background. Calm becomes your default state, not because life becomes perfect, but because you're no longer demanding that it be. The nervous system thrives in an environment of acceptance, not passive acceptance, but deep acceptance, acknowledging reality without fighting it. When you stop insisting that life must match your internal script, the body finally trusts that it doesn't have to prepare for impact every moment of the day. This trust is what creates true physiological calm. Non-demand is not about giving up. It's about giving the body permission to step out of survival mode. It's about teaching your system that safety is possible without control. When you stop gripping the world so tightly, your body stops gripping you. And somewhere inside that release, a different kind of strength rises, steady, grounded, quiet. Not the strength that comes from tension, but the strength that comes from being able to move through life without bracing your entire nervous system against every moment. There's a deeper stillness that begins forming once the nervous system no longer feels the need to brace against every moment. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't burst in. It arrives slowly, like a room becoming brighter without anyone touching the switch. But in that brightness, another truth comes into view, one that sits quietly behind so much of our tension, the mind's obsession with certainty. It's strange how comforting predictability feels. The mind loves to know what's coming, who will stay, how things will unfold, and what tomorrow will look like. It loves patterns, routines, familiar outcomes, and there's nothing wrong with that. Predictability gives a sense of order. It creates structure, rhythm, direction, but somewhere along the way, preference turns into dependence. I like knowing what's next becomes I need to know what's next. And that shift is where peace begins to slip away. The mind often convinces itself that certainty equals safety. If you can predict it, you can control it. If you can control it, you can protect yourself from pain. But that's the hidden vanity of certainty. It promises protection it can never truly give. Life has never agreed to be predictable, and when the mind demands what life cannot offer, suffering becomes a daily companion. The craving for certainty shows up in subtle ways. You replay conversations trying to decode them. You worry about events that haven't happened. You plan your future down to the smallest detail. You seek reassurance from others so your mind can rest. You cling to routines not for comfort, but for control. You get irritated when your plans shift, even if the change isn't harmful. All of this creates the illusion of stability, but the cost is constant tension. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology did. They knew the desire for certainty was the birthplace of fear, not because wanting stability is wrong, but because attaching your peace to predictability sets you up for endless disappointment. Life moves on its own terms. Seasons change without permission. People grow in unexpected directions. Opportunities arrive from angles you didn't anticipate. You can prepare, but you can't guarantee. You can guide, but you can't dictate. The moment you believe certainty is a requirement, everything outside your control becomes a threat. A delayed message feels dangerous. A shift in tone feels ominous. A new situation feels overwhelming. The unknown becomes something to fear instead of something to explore. And without noticing, you begin shrinking your life to protect your comfort. You avoid risks, avoid new paths, avoid new people, avoid anything that introduces unpredictability. Not because you don't want growth, but because growth comes packaged with uncertainty, and the mind has convinced itself uncertainty is danger. This attachment to predictability tightens the body too. Muscles contract when life changes direction. The breath shortens when the future feels unclear. The heart beats a little faster when routines break. It's not the event causing the reaction, it's the belief that you must control it. The nervous system becomes stuck in a low-level state of readiness, preparing for a threat that may not exist. Peace becomes something you hope for instead of something you can create. Letting go of the need for certainty doesn't mean embracing chaos. It means recognizing that safety comes from inner stability, not outer predictability. When the mind accepts that uncertainty is part of life, not an enemy, not a punishment, not a sign that something is wrong, you start to feel lighter. You stop forcing clarity where clarity hasn't formed yet. You stop demanding answers before they exist. You stop treating the unknown like a wall and start treating it like a doorway. Certainty is comforting, but it's also limiting. It confines your world to what you already know. The most important moments of your life likely came from unpredictability, a chance encounter, an unexpected opportunity, a shift you didn't plan. Growth never came from knowing what was next. It came from stepping into the unknown and discovering you could handle it. The mind loosens the moment it realizes it doesn't need full visibility to move forward. It doesn't need guarantees to take the next step. It doesn't need every answer to begin. Peace grows when you stop demanding perfect clarity before you act. When you trust that whatever comes, you will meet it with the strength you've been building all along. The vanity of certainty is the belief that you can only be okay if you know how everything will unfold. But peace doesn't grow in prediction. It grows in presence. It grows in allowing the future to be open. It grows in meeting life without insisting it follow your script. When you start releasing this need for control, something shifts in the way you experience the world. You begin to notice that uncertainty isn't emptiness, it's possibility. It's the space where new paths appear. It's the place where transformation happens. Uncertainty is not the enemy of peace. Demanding certainty is. And as the grip loosens, a deeper calm begins to rise, not from knowing what comes next, but from no longer needing to. There's a quiet strength that begins to form once you stop chasing certainty. The nervous system settles, the mind stops demanding guarantees, and something inside you finally has room to breathe. But in that new space, another pattern becomes visible. One most people never notice because it happens quickly, instinctively, almost automatically. The rush to react, the urge to respond now, the pressure to fix, explain, defend, decide, or speak before your inner world has even caught up. This is the trap of emotional urgency. Emotional urgency is not loud. It doesn't shout. It shows up as a tightening in the chest when someone's tone shifts, a sudden heat in the body when you feel misunderstood, a rush of thoughts when plans fall apart, an almost painful need to reply when someone says something that stings. It feels like a fire inside you that must be put out immediately, and the mind convinces you that waiting, even for a moment, will make everything worse. But urgency rarely comes from the situation itself. Most of the time, urgency comes from the story the mind creates about the situation. Someone's silence becomes rejection. Someone's comment becomes judgment. A delay becomes a threat. A small conflict becomes disaster. And before the emotion has even finished rising, you're reacting. Not from clarity, but from fear, insecurity, habit, or old wounds that never learned how to rest. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that between stimulus and action, there is a space, a pause, that determines the quality of your life. What you do in that space defines everything. A reaction is immediate, impulsive, driven by emotion. A response is deliberate, grounded, guided by reason and inner stability. The difference between the two is the difference between chaos and peace. The art of Stoic delay is not about suppressing emotions. It's about giving them time to settle before you move. It's the practice of letting the first wave pass without assuming it's the truth. When something triggers you, the body sends a signal long before the mind interprets it. Heart rate increases. Breathing changes. Muscles tighten. These sensations feel urgent, but they're simply the nervous system preparing to defend you from danger. The mind often mistakes this physical response for evidence that something must be done immediately. Stoic delay interrupts this cycle. It teaches you to sit with discomfort without rushing to escape it, to let the heat cool, to let the breath slow, to let the thoughts rearrange themselves. When you delay your reaction, even briefly, the brain shifts from survival mode to clarity. The emotional fog thins. The mind begins to see the situation more accurately. What once felt like an emergency becomes manageable. A small pause creates a large difference. 1 breath before speaking. 5 seconds before replying. A short walk before making a decision. A moment of silence before assuming someone's intentions. These pauses are not weakness, they are power. They protect you from acting on emotions that are temporary but can create consequences that last far longer. The first emotion is not the problem. Acting on it without clarity is. Emotional urgency also grows from old patterns. Many people learned early in life that they had to respond quickly to avoid conflict, disappointment, or disapproval. Some learned that staying quiet meant losing control. Some learned that slowing down meant being ignored. These patterns stay hidden until pressure rises and the mind slips back into survival mode. Stoic delay teaches the opposite. Safety is found in patience. Calm is found in spaciousness. Strength is found in choosing when to act, not in reacting instantly. When you give yourself permission to delay, you begin to notice things you never noticed before. You see the gap between your reaction and reality. You realize that many emotional spikes evaporate once the body settles. You start responding to the truth of the moment rather than the intensity of the moment. Relationships become easier. Decisions become cleaner. Your internal world becomes steadier. Delaying also protects you from unnecessary self-blame. Quick reactions often lead to regret, not because you're a bad person, but because the reaction was driven by a temporary emotional state rather than your deeper values. Delay gives your values time to rise to the surface. It lets your wiser self speak before your wounded self. The more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. Emotional urgency begins to lose its power. You no longer feel pulled by every wave of feeling. You no longer jump at every spark of discomfort. A grounded calm grows, not from suppressing emotion, but from understanding it. You learn that emotions are temporary visitors, not permanent truths. Responding instead of reacting is one of the greatest forms of emotional freedom. It restores your ability to choose. It protects your peace from being hijacked by temporary storms. It keeps you aligned with who you want to be, even when life becomes difficult. And as the mind grows more patient, something profound starts to happen. You begin to trust yourself more. Not because you're perfect, but because you've learned the rare skill of giving yourself enough time to see clearly. There is a strange thing that happens once you learn to pause instead of react. Life slows down just enough for you to see the patterns that were running beneath everything. One of those patterns is subtle, easy to miss, but responsible for more stress, disappointment, and emptiness than almost anything else the mind creates. It's the quiet habit of turning ordinary desires into escalating demands, what can be called demand inflation. It begins in harmless ways. You want a peaceful day. You want a conversation to go well. You want someone to understand you. You want progress, comfort, connection, appreciation. These wants are completely human, but somewhere along the way, the mind stops treating them as simple hopes and starts treating them as requirements. What you once hoped would happen becomes what you believe must happen. And the moment a want becomes a must, dissatisfaction begins to grow, silently, steadily, relentlessly. Demand inflation is the gradual expansion of your expectations until they crowd out your ability to experience what is actually happening. It's when the mind stops being grateful for what is present because it is too busy chasing what is missing. At first, the shift is so small you don't notice it. You want a good day. And then you need a perfect one. You want someone to speak kindly. And then you require them to understand your exact emotional landscape. You want progress. And then you demand constant improvement. The baseline keeps moving higher, and peace becomes harder to reach. The Stoics saw this pattern clearly. They believed that desire is natural, but entitlement is dangerous. When your internal standards rise faster than reality can match, your emotional world becomes unstable. You begin feeling frustrated not because life is unkind, but because your mind is inflating its sense of what it deserves. The more you expect, the more fragile your contentment becomes. A small inconvenience feels like failure. A slight delay feels like disruption. A normal day feels bland because your expectations have climbed beyond what ordinary life can satisfy. Demand inflation steals presence. When you expect more and more, your attention shifts to the gap between reality and your ideal. You stop seeing what you have and focus only on what you lack. You miss the softness in small moments because your mind is scanning for something bigger, something more impressive, something more perfect. It becomes harder to enjoy a conversation because you want it to be meaningful, harder to enjoy rest because you want it to be productive, harder to enjoy people because you want them to behave exactly as you hope. This mindset creates emotional scarcity. Even good moments feel insufficient because they don't meet your expanding standards. You become less satisfied, not because life is giving you less, but because your inner ruler is measuring everything more harshly. Happiness becomes a moving target you can never reach, because once you get close, your expectations stretch a little further. Demand inflation also fuels comparison. The more you demand from your life, the more you compare it to the lives of others. You start believing you should be where they are, doing what they do, having what they have. You forget that much of what you see in others is a highlight, not a whole life. But demand inflation pushes you to measure your worth through these illusions, and any difference feels like inadequacy. The irony is that demanding more rarely gives you more. It usually gives you less peace, less presence, less gratitude, less connection. When your mind is constantly stretching toward what's next, it loses the ability to rest in what is here, and life only exists here. Letting go of demand inflation doesn't mean lowering your standards or abandoning ambition. It means separating desire from demand. You can still want growth, love, progress, beauty, and success. But you stop insisting that these things must appear in a specific way, at a specific time, or in a specific amount. You allow life to unfold without forcing your timeline onto it. This shift alone creates a deep quiet inside you. The world stops feeling like a test you are constantly failing. Moments become easier to appreciate because you stop ranking them. People become easier to love because you stop expecting them to meet every emotional need. Yourself becomes easier to accept because you stop demanding constant perfection. When you release these inflated expectations, something surprising happens. The world becomes richer. Not because it changed, but because you finally can feel it. A simple meal tastes better. A short conversation feels meaningful. A quiet morning becomes valuable instead of unproductive. The mind stops looking past life and starts looking into it. Demand inflation steals experience by turning life into a checklist. Non-demand restores experience by turning life back into something you can actually feel. The more expectations you layer onto the world, the less room you leave for wonder. The more you pressure moments to impress you, the less capable they are of touching you. When you stop inflating demands, presence becomes possible again. Gratitude becomes natural again. Peace becomes reachable again. And in that space, life becomes something you can finally inhabit instead of something you are constantly trying to upgrade. There's a moment, after loosening the grip of inflated expectations, when something deeper begins to surface. something older than habit, older than thought, older than any reaction you've learned. It's the part of you that has always wanted to feel important, the part that believes it must constantly prove itself, the part that fears being overlooked, unvalued, or unseen. This is where demands begin long before you ever notice them. This is where the ego quietly writes its contract. The ego is not arrogance. It's not loud confidence or superiority. It's the fragile identity built around the belief that your value depends on circumstances. It's the psychological structure that says, I matter if I'm successful, if I'm loved, if I'm admired, if I'm right, if I'm impressive, if I'm chosen. These are not desires. They are conditions the ego uses to hold itself together. When these conditions are met, you feel significant. When they aren't, you feel threatened. This threat creates demands, and those demands become the rules you live by, often without knowing you ever agreed to them. The ego doesn't create demands because it's greedy. It creates them because it's scared. It fears being invisible. It fears being ordinary. It fears being unimportant. And so it begins building a system where your emotional safety depends on how well you meet its unspoken criteria. You must achieve. You must win. You must be appreciated. You must be seen as valuable. You must not fail. You must not be misunderstood. You must not lose status. These internal rules become the chains that pull your emotions in every direction. This contract is invisible, but its impact is not. You feel it every time criticism stings more than it should. Every time someone else's success makes you feel smaller. Every time you overwork, because slowing down feels like slipping into irrelevance. Every time you hesitate to rest, because rest feels like losing ground. The ego turns your worth into a negotiation. The Stoics understood the fragility of this structure. They taught that anything externally granted can be externally taken, and building your identity on such things guarantees suffering. They believed that a person is strongest when their sense of self does not depend on praise, status, perfection, or validation. In their eyes, the ego's contract is a trap because it ties your peace to things you cannot fully control. The ego's demands create emotional tension because they make life feel like a test. Every interaction becomes an evaluation. Every conversation becomes a performance. Every quiet moment becomes a scoreboard. And when life doesn't reflect back the worth the ego craves, the mind reacts with frustration, anxiety, or withdrawal. Not because the world is cruel, but because the ego feels unprotected without its symbolic achievements. The most painful part is that the ego always wants more. It can't be satisfied for long because its foundation is insecurity. You receive praise, and it needs more. You achieve something, and it raises the bar. You get approval, and it fears losing it. It's not trying to torture you, it's trying to keep you alive, in the only way it knows. But the cost is endless striving that rarely leads to peace. Letting go of the ego's contract requires seeing the contract itself, not destroying the ego because the ego is part of being human, but recognizing the difference between genuine needs and ego-driven demands. You need connection, but you don't need constant admiration. You need purpose, but you don't need universal success. You need respect, but you don't need to impress everyone. When you see this difference clearly, the ego's demands lose their grip. There is a powerful shift when you stop treating significance as something you must earn. You begin to move more freely. You start choosing actions based on what feels true, not what looks impressive. You stop forcing conversations to prove a point. You stop decorating your life with achievements as if they're armor. You stop performing worthiness and start experiencing it. You begin noticing where the ego pushes you into stress. You notice the impulse to defend yourself even when no attack exists. You notice the discomfort that comes when someone else shines. You notice the tension that rises when you think you must prove something. Awareness doesn't break the ego, it softens it. And in that softening, you reclaim space the ego once occupied. A quiet form of confidence grows when you unhook your identity from ego-driven conditions. Its confidence isn't loud or dramatic. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't need to be right. It doesn't need the world to notice. It exists simply because you stopped tying your worth to external markers. This kind of strength is unshakable because it comes from within, not from comparison or validation. When the ego stops dictating demands, life becomes lighter. You experience moments without grading them. You connect with people without competing with them. You work without the pressure of proving your worth. You grow because growth feels meaningful, not because stagnation feels shameful. Safety returns. Not the fragile safety of being admired, but the grounded safety of knowing your worth isn't up for negotiation. And with that kind of safety, the mind becomes quieter. The world feels less threatening. The heart feels less heavy. You begin to live from essence rather than performance. This is the freedom the Stoics pointed to, the freedom that begins when you stop using life as a tool to validate your existence. There's a gentle clarity that begins to rise once the ego's demands loosen their grip. It doesn't arrive with celebration. It arrives with space. Space in your thoughts, space in your emotions, space in the way you move through the world. And in that space, another realization becomes impossible to ignore. So much of your suffering has come from the stories you tell yourself about who you are. Stories that were layered over years, stories that shaped your choices, stories that became heavy without you ever noticing their weight. This is where identity minimalism begins. Identity is not just your name or your personality. It is the collection of internal labels, roles, narratives, and meanings you've accumulated across your life. Some were chosen. Many were inherited. Most were never questioned. You carry stories about your strengths, your weaknesses, your past, your abilities, your relationships, your value, your limits, your potential. These stories feel like truth, but many are simply interpretations you repeated until they felt real. Identity minimalism is not about erasing yourself. It's about removing the unnecessary layers that suffocate your freedom, restrict your choices, and distort the way you see yourself. It's realizing that you are more than the stories you repeat in your mind. And it begins by noticing how many of those stories don't serve you anymore. Think about how often you use identity as a cage. I'm just not brave. I always ruin things. I'm bad at relationships. I need approval to feel secure. I can't change because this is who I am. These statements feel like facts, but they are stories built from old experiences, old fears, old versions of you that no longer exist. Yet these stories still run your decisions, your reactions, and your sense of possibility. The mind loves identity because it gives structure. It tells you who you are, what to expect from yourself, and how the world should treat you. But when identity becomes too detailed, too fixed, too cluttered, you lose the ability to grow beyond it. You become trapped in a narrative that was created years ago, often during moments when you were struggling, scared, or misunderstood. The Stoics believed that the less rigid your identity, the more freedom your mind has. They taught that clinging to labels, good or bad, creates suffering, because identity becomes something you defend rather than something you inhabit. When identity feels fragile, every challenge feels personal. When identity is flexible, challenges become experiences rather than threats. Identity minimalism invites you to release the labels that no longer fit, to stop defining yourself by your past or your mistakes, to let go of roles that feel heavy, to stop using your identity as evidence of your limits. You don't have to be the person you were 10 years ago. You don't even have to be the person you were last year. You are allowed to outgrow every version of yourself. Reducing these internal stories creates mental space, space that was previously occupied by self-judgment, comparison, and fear. Space that lets your mind rest instead of constantly defending the narrative of who you believe you must be. Space that allows new perspectives, new choices, new behaviors to emerge. When you strip away the layers, you begin to see the core of who you really are, something quieter, simpler, more stable. You begin to recognize that your worth isn't tied to your achievements, failures, status, reputation, or past. It is something you carry simply by existing. You stop needing identity as armor because you no longer believe you need protection from life. Identity minimalism also frees you from emotional overreaction. When your identity is cluttered with fragile labels, every small comment can feel like an attack. Every mistake feels like a confirmation of your worst fears. But when you reduce your identity to something spacious and flexible, external events lose their power to shake you. A mistake becomes a moment, not a definition. Criticism becomes information, not injury. Change becomes opportunity, not a threat. This approach also deepens your ability to connect with others. When you're not busy defending a rigid identity, you become more open, you listen more, you judge less, you become curious instead of protective. This openness strengthens relationships, nurtures compassion, and creates emotional safety, both for yourself and the people you care about. Identity minimalism teaches you to adopt only the stories that help you grow and release the ones that weigh you down. It invites you to redefine yourself not through fear, but through possibility. To see yourself not as a fixed character in a script, but as a living, changing human being capable of rewriting your narrative at any moment. When the stories become fewer, the mind becomes quieter. And in that quiet, a profound kind of freedom appears, the freedom to become who you truly are, beneath every label you've ever worn. There's a different kind of clarity that settles in once you begin stripping away the stories you've carried for years. When those layers fall away, even quietly, you start noticing something surprising. The idea of self-control you grew up with was built on pressure, on force, on pushing yourself harder, on holding yourself together even when you were breaking inside. Somewhere along the way, you came to believe that discipline meant tightening the grip, not loosening it. And because of that, self-control became another place where the mind exhausted itself. But the Stoics saw self-control through a completely different lens. To them, self-control was not an act of force. It was an act of release. It wasn't about overpowering your impulses, your emotions, or your thoughts. It was about creating enough inner space that those impulses could rise without ruling you. It was about becoming so free internally that nothing could drag you into reaction without your permission. The modern view of self-control is often based on fear. Fear of failing, fear of losing respect, fear of disappointing others, fear of being seen as weak, fear of letting your emotions show. So people tense up, they suppress, they avoid, they grit their teeth, they try to fix themselves through pressure. But pressure only strengthens the very impulses they're trying to control. What you resist with tension becomes louder, sharper, more urgent. What you push away keeps pushing back. Stoic self-control works differently. It is built on understanding rather than force, on awareness rather than suppression, on calm rather than pressure. When a feeling rises, you don't fight it, you observe it. When a thought appears, you don't cling to it, you let it pass. When discomfort surfaces, you don't run from it. You allow it to exist without letting it dictate your behavior. This shifts your relationship with yourself in a profound way. You start realizing that control doesn't come from domination, it comes from inner spaciousness. The Stoics taught that the greatest kind of power is the power to not be ruled by anything internal or external. But that power doesn't come from tightening the mind. It comes from relaxing the parts of you that believe every thought is an instruction and every emotion is an emergency. When you release the belief that you must immediately obey your impulses, you gain true autonomy. There is a kind of strength that appears when you stop trying to crush your feelings into silence. You start to see that the storm passes much faster when you're not wrestling with it. Anger rises and falls like a wave. Fear spikes and then settles. Grief moves through you in cycles. The mind becomes less reactive because you are no longer pouring resistance into every emotion. You stop feeding the fire with panic. You start letting the flame burn out on its own. Self-release also removes shame from the process. Many people believe they need harsh discipline to stay in control because they see their impulses as flaws. But Stoicism sees impulses as natural, emotions as natural, frustration, desire, fear, disappointment. These aren't weaknesses, they are human experiences. Trying to erase them only amplifies them, but allowing them to exist without letting them steer your life, that is true control. A calm mind has nothing to prove. It doesn't need to force itself into perfection or punish itself for slipping. This gentleness creates real consistency. When discipline is born from peace instead of fear, it becomes sustainable. You show up for your responsibilities not because you're scared of failing, but because you value clarity. You avoid harmful habits, not because you're forcing yourself to, but because the calmer mind no longer craves chaos. You choose the wiser path, not through pressure, but through steadiness. This kind of self-control is deeply compassionate. It teaches you to meet yourself where you are, not where you think you should be. It gives you the space to pause before acting, to breathe before speaking, to reflect before deciding. You don't force yourself to be better. You give yourself room to be better. When you practice self-release, you begin to notice how much of your behavior used to be shaped by inner tension. The rushing, the reacting, the overeating, the avoiding, the snapping, the overworking. These were not signs of lack of control, they were signs of too much internal pressure. When the pressure lifts, the mind softens, and when the mind softens, your choices become clearer, quieter, more deliberate. Stoic self-control is not domination of the self, it is liberation from the self's chaos. It is the quiet ability to remain centered while everything inside you shifts. It is choosing the direction of your life instead of being pushed by every passing emotion. It is the art of being steady in a world that constantly pulls you into urgency, fear, and noise. And when you experience that kind of steadiness, you begin to recognize something powerful. You were never meant to fight yourself. You were meant to guide yourself gently, patiently, consistently, back to inner balance. There's a deeper quiet that unfolds once you understand self-control as release rather than force. A quiet that reveals how much of your inner turmoil came not from your emotions, but from the strict rules your mind created long before you learned to question them. Beneath the stories, beneath the ego's demands, beneath the pressure to perform, there is a set of invisible commandments, unwritten, unspoken, but followed with absolute obedience. This is internal absolutism, one of the most subtle prisons the mind builds for itself. Internal absolutism is the tendency to create rigid, unbreakable rules about how you must think, act, feel, or live. These rules sound like moral truths, but they're often born from fear, habit, or old wounds rather than wisdom. They begin as guidelines and slowly transform into absolutes. I must always be strong. I must never disappoint anyone. I must always make the right choice. I must never show weakness. I must always stay in control. I must never fail. On the surface, these rules look noble. They appear disciplined, responsible, admirable even. But beneath the surface, they suffocate you. Life becomes a constant test you can't afford to fail. Every misstep feels like a betrayal of who you believe you're supposed to be. Instead of living, you begin policing yourself. These internal rules rarely come from your true self. They're often formed in childhood, shaped by experiences where you felt unsafe, unseen, or unworthy. You created rules to protect yourself, to survive, to avoid pain. But rules designed for survival don't work well in a life meant for growth. What once kept you safe now keeps you trapped. The Stoics understood that the mind harms itself when it confuses a preference with a law. They believed that the more rigid your inner rules, the more fragile your peace becomes. When you demand that you must never make mistakes, every mistake becomes catastrophic. When you demand that you must always be composed, any emotional crack feels shameful. When you demand that life must go a certain way, every deviation feels like injustice. Internal absolutism also creates a harsh inner voice, one that criticizes you not for what you did, but for breaking the mind's imaginary rules. You rested? You're lazy. You cried? You're weak. You asked for help? You're failing. You changed your mind? You're inconsistent. You made a mistake? You're worthless. The suffering doesn't come from the act. It comes from the belief that you have violated a commandment you didn't even choose. These internal absolutes also steal flexibility. Life becomes rigid because you believe you must be rigid, but rigidity makes you brittle. Unable to bend, you break under pressure that a more flexible mind could withstand. You struggle to adapt, not because you lack resilience, but because your inner rules forbid anything that contradicts your ideal self-image. One of the most painful parts of internal absolutism is how it disconnects you from your humanity. Humans make mistakes. Humans get tired. Humans change their minds. Humans feel insecure. Humans learn slowly. But absolutist rules leave no room for this. They force you to strive for flawless execution in a world that was never meant to be flawless. Breaking free from these rules doesn't mean abandoning responsibility. It means reclaiming choice. It means recognizing that you can change your mind without losing your identity. You can rest without losing your worth. You can fail without losing your dignity. You can be emotional without losing your strength. The rules weren't laws, they were reactions you never outgrew. When you begin questioning these internal absolutes, clarity rises. Why must I always be strong? Who told me that failure is fatal? Why do I believe rest is laziness? Where did the idea that I must never upset anyone come from? You start recognizing that many of these demands were inherited from family, society, teachers, experiences, or culture. They are not truths. They are habits of thought. And habits can be rewritten. The mind becomes freer the moment you let go of always and never. These words suffocate life. They leave no space for growth, for learning, for nuance, for change. When you replace absolutist rules with flexible principles, you feel more grounded, more human, more capable. You begin responding to life instead of policing yourself through it. The Stoic approach here is gentle but powerful. Reason over rigidity, awareness over obedience, discernment over fear. You learn to hold yourself accountable without punishing yourself. You learn to set standards without turning them into shackles. You learn to aim high without demanding perfection. And something softens inside you. A tightness you never noticed begins to loosen. The mind feels less hostile. The world feels less threatening. The pressure that once defined your days lifts enough for you to finally breathe without bracing. As these inner rules dissolve, a deeper, more authentic strength rises, one that doesn't come from following strict commandments, but from living with clarity, compassion, and inner balance. There's a noticeable lightness that begins to grow once those rigid inner rules start to dissolve. When the pressure to be perfect softens, when the mind no longer traps itself in always and never, something inside you becomes more open, more spacious, more receptive. But in that openness, another layer becomes visible, one that hides beneath the surface of expectations, desires, and disappointment. It's subtle, delicate, and deeply human. The quiet fiction of entitlement. Entitlement doesn't always appear as arrogance or selfishness. In fact, most of the time, it shows up in gentle forms. Forms you'd never recognize as entitlement because they feel like fairness, or logic, or justice. It sounds like thoughts such as, "I've worked so hard, things should finally go my way. I treat people well, why don't they treat me the same? I've been patient, life should reward me by now. I've suffered enough. Haven't I earned peace?" These beliefs don't come from cruelty. They come from exhaustion, from longing, from a desire to feel seen by the universe. Entitlement is often the ego's last defense against vulnerability. When the ego feels uncertain, it builds expectations around life to protect itself from disappointment. It convinces you that certain outcomes are owed to you, not because you're demanding, but because being denied them would hurt. But the pain isn't in not receiving what you hoped for. The pain is in believing you were promised it. The Stoics understood that entitlement is a kind of illusion, a story the ego constructs to make the world feel predictable. If you do good, you should receive good. If you work hard, you should succeed. If you love enough, you should be loved back. These thoughts create a comforting sense of order. They make life feel controllable. But they're not laws, they're narratives. And when reality doesn't match them, the mind feels betrayed. Expectation becomes a shield the ego hides behind. It uses it to avoid facing uncertainty, vulnerability, and the discomfort of not being in control. But this shield is fragile. The moment life shifts, because life always shifts, the ego cracks. Disappointment rushes in, frustration rises, resentment grows, and beneath it all, a quiet heartbreak appears, not because life was cruel, but because expectations were treated as promises. Releasing entitlement doesn't mean devaluing yourself. It doesn't mean accepting mistreatment. It doesn't mean abandoning hope or ambition. It means separating desire from assumption. Wanting something is natural. Believing the world owes it to you creates suffering. A want can be flexible. An entitlement is rigid. When what you want becomes what you believe you deserve by default, peace becomes conditional. Entitlement also narrows your perspective. It makes you interpret life through the lens of fairness, as if fairness is something the world is required to maintain. But fairness itself is a human concept, not a universal contract. When you expect life to be fair, every setback feels like injustice. When you expect people to behave the way you behave, every difference feels like betrayal. When you expect constant progress, every slowdown feels like failure. The ego uses entitlement to protect itself from the truth. Life cannot be controlled. People cannot be controlled. Outcomes cannot be guaranteed. And that uncertainty is deeply uncomfortable. So the ego creates an imagined system where things should work out according to its preferences. When they don't, the ego doesn't know how to cope, so it protests, blames, or collapses. Letting go of entitlement is an act of emotional maturity. It's the willingness to meet reality without demanding that it match your internal script. It's the courage to accept that effort doesn't always lead to rewards, love doesn't always lead to reciprocity, and goodness doesn't always lead to ease. This acceptance is not defeat, it's liberation. It frees you from relying on external conditions for inner peace. When entitlement dissolves, gratitude becomes easier. You begin noticing what you receive instead of obsessing over what you lack. You appreciate kindness instead of expecting it. You value progress instead of demanding perfection. You experience moments for what they are, not what they were supposed to be. Life feels softer, not because it becomes easier, but because you stop gripping it so tightly. Releasing entitlement also deepens relationships. When you stop expecting others to fulfill your emotional blueprint, you become more present. You listen more sincerely. You accept people as they are instead of as you wish them to be. You stop treating connection as an exchange and start experiencing it as a gift. Disappointment decreases because you no longer tie your worth to how others respond. The greatest shift happens internally. When you stop believing the world owes you anything, you stop feeling deprived. You stop taking life personally. You stop interpreting challenges as punishments. You start seeing yourself as part of life, not above it. This humility is grounding. It's calming. It makes your inner world less reactive, less defensive, less fragile. The ego doesn't disappear. It simply relaxes. It no longer needs to protect itself with expectations. It no longer builds imaginary guarantees. It no longer uses entitlement as armor. And in that openness, peace has room to enter. A peace that isn't dependent on outcomes, fairness, or reciprocity. A peace that comes from meeting life without demanding anything from it. Not because you don't care, but because you finally understand caring doesn't require control. There's a softer honesty that begins to rise once entitlement loosens its grip. When you no longer treat life as something that owes you clarity, fairness, or reward, the world feels less hostile. But in that openness, another subtle force starts to reveal itself, one that distorts your experience long before any demand is formed. It's not your emotions, not your memories, not even your beliefs. It's the lens you use to interpret reality. This lens, your perception, is often clouded by filters you never chose consciously, filters that make life appear heavier, harsher, or more threatening than it actually is. This is where the real detox begins. A perception detox isn't about thinking positively or forcing yourself to see the world through rose-colored glasses. It's about recognizing the hidden filters that turn neutral moments into emotional burdens. Filters that quietly inflate demands, trigger irritation, and create expectations you don't even realize you're carrying. The mind rarely reacts to life itself. It reacts to the way it interprets life. These filters come from many places. Some were learned in childhood, rules about how people should treat you, how success should look, how emotions should be expressed. Some come from past wounds, experiences that taught you to read danger into harmless gestures. Some come from old beliefs, ideas you absorbed long before you gained the maturity to question them. Some come from insecurity, the fear that you're not enough unless life goes exactly the way you want. These filters create demands long before the mind consciously forms them. If your filter says people must always be respectful, then every rude moment feels like a violation. If your filter says success must be constant, then every slowdown feels like failure. If your filter says emotions must stay controlled, then every surge of feeling feels dangerous. The moment a filter becomes invisible, it becomes a rule. And the moment it becomes a rule, it becomes a demand. The Stoics understood this with remarkable clarity. They believed the mind's biggest burden wasn't events themselves, but the judgments we attach to them. To them, peace came from detoxifying perception, not from changing the world, but from clearing the distortions we project onto it. They practiced seeing things as they are, not as the mind's filters insist they should be. Perception detox begins with noticing the stories your mind adds to every moment. Someone's silence becomes, "They're upset with me." A mistake becomes, "I never get things right." A challenge becomes, "This shouldn't be happening." A delay becomes, "Life is working against me." But none of these interpretations are guaranteed truths. They're mental habits. Habits that create emotional demands before you have time to question them. When you begin to see your filters, something shifts. You realize how many of your stresses weren't responses to reality, but responses to your interpretations. You may notice how often you take things personally that weren't personal, how often you assume meaning where none exists, how often you create pressure from moments that were never meant to carry weight. A perception detox doesn't remove emotion, it removes distortion. It makes your internal experience more accurate, more grounded, more honest. And when the mind stops distorting, it stops demanding so much. This detox happens gently. You pause before assuming. You breathe before judging. You question before reacting. You ask, "What else could this mean?" instead of letting the mind cling to its first narrative. Slowly, the filters begin to loosen. The world becomes less threatening because you're no longer projecting danger into neutral moments. People become easier to understand because you're no longer layering assumptions over their actions. Your internal pressure decreases because you're no longer insisting that reality match your distorted expectations. Perception detox also reduces emotional urgency. When your interpretation becomes simpler, cleaner, less dramatized, the nervous system calms naturally. Triggering events lose their power because they're no longer exaggerated by the mind. The space between stimulus and response widens. You begin seeing life with kinder eyes, not because life changed, but because you stopped viewing it through fear, ego, or old wounds. Perhaps the most beautiful part of this detox is how it deepens your presence. When your mind isn't busy interpreting, assuming, predicting, or demanding, you actually experience the moment. The world feels clearer. Colors seem brighter. Conversations feel richer. Time slows down. You begin noticing subtleties you've been missing for years. A clear perception brings peace not through control, but through truth. It removes the noise that once shaped your reactions. It frees you from internal demands that weren't yours to begin with. It gives you the ability to respond to reality rather than projections. And in that clarity, a gentle truth emerges. Life was never as hard as your filters made it feel. You were simply carrying meanings that distorted your view of the world. With those meanings dissolving, peace becomes less of a pursuit and more of a natural state. A state that appears the moment you start seeing life without the weight of your own distortions. There's a deeper clarity that begins to settle once your perception starts to detox. When the filters loosen, when assumptions soften, when the mind stops painting every moment with old colors, something unexpected becomes visible. Most of what happens in life is neutral, not good, not bad, not personal, not meaningful in the dramatic way your emotions insist, just neutral. But the mind rarely allows things to remain neutral. It rushes in with stories, judgments, and emotional coloring. The Stoics knew this was the root of unnecessary suffering. So they practiced a simple but radical idea. See events as they are, not as the mind paints them. Neutral events are the things that happen before your interpretation arrives. A message arrives late. A stranger looks at you oddly. Plans shift. You make a mistake. Someone forgets to call. Traffic slows. Weather ruins your plans. These moments have no emotional charge on their own. They are facts, occurrences, movements of life. But the mind rarely leaves them untouched. It rushes in to categorize, dramatize, and assign meaning. He must be upset with me. She probably thinks I'm incompetent. This always happens to me. Nothing ever goes right. The moment judgment attaches, neutrality disappears, and with it, peace. The Stoics believed that most emotional suffering comes from this coloring process, that the event itself is rarely the source of pain. It's the meaning the mind adds. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the mind has the power to remove its own judgments at any moment. This wasn't philosophical fluff. It was a practical instruction. If you remove the story, you remove the suffering. Neutrality doesn't mean repressing feelings or pretending you don't care. It means acknowledging that your first emotional reaction is often based on a personal lens, not a universal truth. It means recognizing that the event is simple and the story is complicated. It's the story that exhausts you. Seeing events as neutral requires slowing down your perception just enough to notice when emotion begins coloring the moment. Your mind might feel the urge to react, tighten, defend, assign blame. But neutrality invites you to pause and see the raw event first. Someone speaks sharply. The mind wants to paint that as disrespect. Neutrality asks, what actually happened? A tone, a sentence, a moment, not a declaration of your worth. You make a mistake. The mind wants to paint this as failure. Neutrality asks, what actually happened? An action, a result, a lesson, not a verdict on your identity. Plans collapse. The mind wants to paint this as fate being cruel. Neutrality asks, what actually happened? A change, a shift, a redirection, not a punishment. Neutrality doesn't remove emotion, it removes distortion. It gives you a clean starting point before deciding how you feel. When you begin practicing neutrality, something interesting happens to your nervous system. Your body stops reacting as if every moment is an emergency. The fight or flight response quiets because your interpretation no longer turns small events into threats. Tension decreases. Breath deepens. Emotional spikes shorten. You become less easily shaken, not because life changes, but because perception changes. Neutral events also protect your relationships. Many conflicts arise not from what happened, but from what someone thought happened. A neutral perspective stops you from assuming the worst. It prevents you from assigning motives without evidence. It keeps you anchored in reality rather than falling into stories that fuel resentment or misunderstanding. You begin responding to actual behavior instead of imagined intentions. Another powerful effect of neutrality is how it alters self-talk. Without emotional coloring, the inner critic loses its grip. Mistakes stop feeling catastrophic. Imperfections stop feeling shameful. You start treating yourself with the same straightforwardness you apply to the events. This happened. This is what I can learn. This is what's next. No drama. No self-blame. No spiraling. Neutrality also increases your capacity for gratitude. When you're not busy magnifying small inconveniences into disasters, you have more emotional room to notice what is working. More room to appreciate simplicity, more room to enjoy the subtle beauty that life offers when you're not mentally fighting with it. And perhaps the most profound part of this philosophy is how empowering it is. When events are neutral, your emotions become choices, not automatic reactions. You decide how to interpret. You decide how to respond. You decide what meaning to give. Neutrality doesn't strip life of richness. It returns the power of coloring to you instead of leaving it in the hands of old beliefs or reactive habits. The Stoics didn't teach neutrality to make people cold. They taught it to make people free. Because when you stop reacting to your own interpretations, you stop being a prisoner of your mind. You experience life directly, cleanly, truthfully. And truth, without distortion, is peaceful. When life stops being an emotional battlefield and becomes a series of neutral events, the world feels less threatening, the mind feels less chaotic, and the heart feels less burdened. Peace becomes accessible not through control, but through clarity. You begin to see the world as it is, and yourself as you are, without the noise, without the coloring, without the weight. There's a softness that enters the mind once you begin seeing events without the heavy colors your emotions use to paint over them. When neutrality settles in, even for a moment, the world becomes clearer. But in that clarity, another quiet truth surfaces, one that hides not in your reactions, but in your expectations. A truth about the way you imagine life should unfold versus the way life actually moves. This is where idealism reveals itself, not as inspiration, but as a trap. Idealism begins innocently. It starts as a vision, a hope, a picture in your mind of how things could be. You imagine the perfect relationship, the perfect career, the perfect conversation, the perfect version of yourself. These images are soft, comforting, and beautifully arranged. They give you something to dream about and something to move toward. But slowly, without warning, the mind begins to mistake these inner pictures for reality's instructions. Instead of a dream, the vision becomes a quiet demand. The problem is not imagination. The problem is expecting reality to mirror it. Idealism creates expectations so polished that real life, messy, unpredictable, human, can't compete. And when life fails to match your inner picture, suffering appears. Not because life is wrong, but because imagination was never meant to be a contract. The trap of idealism is subtle. It convinces you that disappointment means life has failed you, when in truth, the only thing that failed was the mind's attempt to force reality into a shape it never agreed to take. Idealism paints people into perfect characters, perfect listeners, perfect partners, perfect friends. But real people come with complexities, moods, fears, wounds, and imperfections. They don't behave according to the script your imagination wrote for them. And when they don't, the mind feels betrayed. Idealism paints experiences into flawless moments, perfect happiness, perfect timing, perfect outcomes. But real moments are textured. They contain both beauty and disruption. They don't arrive clean and symmetrical. They arrive as they are, sometimes surprising, sometimes disappointing, sometimes more meaningful than anything you could have imagined, but rarely predictable. Idealism paints you into a perfect version of yourself, always calm, always wise, always confident, always progressing. But real growth is uneven. You rise and fall, you learn and forget, you progress and relapse. And when idealism sets rigid expectations for who you should be, you begin to treat your own humanity as failure. The Stoics understood the danger of idealism long before modern psychology did. They taught that the mind creates suffering when it becomes attached to imagined scenarios and demands that life follow them. Their wisdom was not anti-dream, it was anti-delusion. They believed that you can hold visions without becoming a prisoner to them, that you can desire improvement without rejecting what is. The trap of idealism is that it doesn't prepare you for life. It prepares you for a version of life that does not exist. So when real moments arrive, you feel like something important is missing. You look for the magic, the symmetry, the emotional soundtrack your mind expected. And because real life doesn't come wrapped in perfection, you conclude that something is wrong. But nothing is wrong. Life is simply real, not imagined. Idealism also breeds constant dissatisfaction. Even good moments feel incomplete because they don't match the picture. Even good people feel insufficient because they don't live up to the fantasy. Even your own achievements feel small because your imagination always extends the finish line. This dissatisfaction is not a flaw in your life. It's a flaw in the comparison you're making. Letting go of idealism doesn't mean settling for less. It doesn't mean abandoning ambition, creativity, or hope. It means freeing yourself from the illusion that the world must follow the script inside your head. It means allowing reality to be three-dimensional instead of insisting it match your two-dimensional expectations. When idealism softens, presence becomes possible again. You begin noticing the beauty in moments you once overlooked. You stop waiting for life to become perfect before you appreciate it. You stop rejecting reality simply because it isn't your fantasy. You start experiencing the world as it is, not as you demanded it to be. People become easier to love because you accept their humanity. Moments become richer because you stop comparing them to imagined ones. You become gentler with yourself because you stop holding yourself to flawless standards. The release of idealism invites a different kind of peace, one built on openness rather than control. Instead of forcing life into a narrow image, you allow life to surprise you. Sometimes it will give you more than you imagined. Sometimes it will give you less. Sometimes it will give you something entirely different, something impossible to predict, but deeply meaningful in ways no idealized picture could provide. Reality may not mirror imagination, but it has its own kind of beauty, complex, unpredictable, textured, and alive. When you stop demanding perfection, you make room for a deeper appreciation, a kind that grows from truth, not fantasy, a kind that feels grounded instead of fragile, a kind that belongs to you, not the mind's impossible standards. There's a quiet honesty that rises once you loosen the grip of idealism. When you stop forcing reality to match the flawless images in your mind, something inside you begins to soften. But in that softness, another truth appears, one that sits beneath almost every frustration, every disappointment, every moment where peace slips through your fingers. It's the belief that life should be complete, resolved, ordered, finished. The mind longs for completion. It wants closure, clarity, certainty, and final answers. It wants relationships neatly defined, emotions fully understood, goals permanently achieved, wounds permanently healed. It wants life to settle into a steady, predictable shape where nothing feels loose or unfinished. But life is not built that way. Life is movement. Life is transition. Life is change. Life is unfinished by design. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that suffering grows when you resist the unfinished nature of the world, when you expect finality in a reality that is always unfolding. They practiced an art few people know how to embrace, letting the world remain unfinished without feeling threatened by it. This is not passivity. It's not giving up. It's not settling for less. It's learning to hold space for the parts of life that aren't tidy, aren't resolved, aren't predictable, because those parts will always exist. The mind struggles with unfinished things because unfinished things feel unsafe. An unresolved conflict feels dangerous. An unclosed chapter feels chaotic. An unclear future feels frightening. An unhealed wound feels wrong. A goal still in progress feels like failure. But these reactions don't come from truth. They come from the mind's need for control. If you can complete everything, tie every loose end, fix every emotion, predict every turn, then nothing can surprise you, nothing can hurt you, nothing can challenge you. But this desire for a finished life is actually what creates the most anxiety, because life constantly refuses to fit that mold. Letting the world be unfinished is the art of releasing the belief that you must resolve everything to feel at peace. It means recognizing that life is not a project with a clean ending, but a living process that is always incomplete. A conversation left open doesn't mean failure. A dream not yet achieved doesn't mean defeat. A feeling you haven't fully understood doesn't mean you're broken. A chapter that hasn't closed doesn't mean it's your responsibility to force it shut. There is deep freedom in letting things remain in progress. It allows you to meet the present moment without demanding it be the final version. It invites patience. It invites curiosity. It invites humility. It invites peace. This art also transforms your relationship with time. When you demand completion, you rush through life. You hurry through experiences. You chase outcomes. You pressure yourself. But when you embrace the unfinished nature of things, time stops feeling like an enemy. You begin to let things unfold rather than force them. You begin to grow at the pace your soul is ready for, not the pace your fear demands. Letting the world be unfinished helps you breathe where you once felt suffocated. You no longer feel responsible for fixing everyone's emotions. You no longer force yourself to understand everything immediately. You no longer panic when plans change or paths shift. You no longer tie your self-worth to progress that isn't linear. You begin to trust that life is not falling apart when it looks incomplete. It's simply in motion. This perspective also softens your relationships. People don't need to be fully healed for you to love them. They don't need to be perfect to be meaningful. You don't need to demand resolution from every disagreement. You allow others to be evolving humans rather than finished products. And most importantly, you allow yourself to be unfinished too. You stop criticizing yourself for not having everything figured out. You stop thinking your value comes from perfection. You stop demanding that every part of your life makes sense right now. You learn to rest inside uncertainty without losing your balance. The Stoic art of letting the world be unfinished is ultimately the art of letting yourself be unfinished, of accepting that growth, wisdom, healing, purpose, and peace unfold in their own time, not when forced, not when demanded, and not when idealized. In this acceptance, a gentle form of strength emerges, one that doesn't rely on perfect conditions, a strength that knows how to stay steady in the middle of the unfinished, a strength that can walk forward without needing the entire path visible, a strength that trusts the process, not the illusion of completion. Life will always be unfinished, and when you allow it to be, you finally stop feeling like you're failing at something impossible. You begin living inside the flow of life instead of resisting it. You begin to experience peace that does not depend on control, closure, or completion. There's a deeper ease that begins to settle once you stop forcing life to be complete. When you finally allow things to remain open, imperfect, and unresolved, something inside you relaxes, not just emotionally, but perceptually. You begin seeing that much of your suffering came not from the world itself, but from the way the mind tried to rewrite it. And in that gentle space, another truth rises to the surface. You rarely see life as it is. You see life as the mind expects it to be. Expectation is the mind's attempt to edit reality before it even arrives. It creates templates, scripts, predictions, and assumptions. It decides how moments should unfold, how people should behave, how outcomes should look. Then, when reality shows up differently, as it always does, it feels like something has gone wrong. Observation, on the other hand, is the art of seeing without editing, seeing without projecting, seeing without preloading meaning, seeing without demanding that reality mirror your mental draft. Expectation filters the world before experience even begins. Observation lets experience reveal itself. The Stoics understood this distinction better than most. They believed that inner peace comes from observing reality first and interpreting it second, not the other way around. But most people live in reverse. They interpret first. They react to the story in their head, not the moment in front of them. Expectation says, this person should respond kindly. Observation says, here is how they responded. Expectation says, my day should go smoothly. Observation says, this is what's happening in my day. Expectation says, I should already be further along. Observation says, this is where I am right now. Expectation attaches meaning before the moment even unfolds. Observation waits. Expectation demands. Observation receives. Expectation tries to control. Observation accepts and then chooses. The trap is that expectations feel like truths. They appear logical, fair, even necessary. But they are nothing more than predictions made by a mind that fears uncertainty. Expectations create emotional tension because the mind becomes attached to its own forecast. And when the world does not follow that forecast, resistance appears, subtle but powerful. You don't suffer because life is unfair. You suffer because life didn't match the version you rehearsed internally. Observation breaks that cycle. It allows you to meet the moment cleanly, without layering old fears, future worries, or imagined scenarios onto it. It is a return to raw experience, a returning to the present without commentary. But observation requires courage. It means seeing people as they are, not as you want them to be. It means seeing yourself without the filters of shame or perfection. It means seeing setbacks without dramatizing them. It means seeing uncertainty without turning it into catastrophe. It means letting the moment breathe. When you begin observing instead of expecting, everything changes. The mind becomes less reactive because it is no longer comparing reality to an inner script. The nervous system calms because it is no longer treating every difference as a threat. You stop jumping to conclusions because there is no longer a predetermined conclusion to jump back to. Relationships soften. You listen more. You judge less. You stop assuming motives. You stop projecting your insecurities onto others. You become curious instead of defensive. You begin noticing nuances you once overlooked because expectation had already decided what the moment meant. Your inner world becomes gentler too. You begin noticing your emotions instead of immediately obeying them. You begin witnessing your thoughts instead of arguing with them. You begin observing your reactions instead of drowning in them. This awareness creates space, and space creates peace. Observation also restores gratitude. When you aren't busy comparing moments to expectations, you begin to appreciate them as they are. Small gestures feel bigger. Quiet moments feel fuller. Ordinary days feel softer. Presence becomes possible because the mind is no longer editing life into something else. Even challenges become more manageable. Observation lets you see problems without the emotional magnification expectation creates. The moment becomes clearer, and clarity makes solutions easier to find. Expectation shrinks your world to what should be. Observation opens your world to what is. Expectation tightens the mind. Observation loosens it. Expectation snatches you out of the moment. Observation returns you to it. And in that return, you discover something remarkable. Reality is rarely as harsh as the mind's edits. Most moments are softer than you think. Most people are more nuanced than you assume. Most challenges are more workable than you fear. Most uncertainties are less threatening than your imagination suggests. Seeing life without the mind's edits doesn't make the world perfect. It makes it honest. And honesty, without added storylines, gives you the kind of peace that doesn't disappear when reality refuses to follow your script. There's a deeper stability that begins to form once you learn to observe reality without forcing it to match your inner script. When you start seeing life without your mind's edits, something inside you settles. Not because everything becomes easy, but because you finally stop fighting with moments that were never yours to control. In that settling, you uncover a truth the Stoics considered essential, one that sits between surrender and resistance. A truth called radical acceptance. Radical acceptance is often misunderstood. People think it means giving up, staying passive, tolerating mistreatment, or becoming emotionally numb. But the Stoics meant something very different. They believed in a kind of acceptance that is powerful, not passive, clear, not defeated. Acceptance that lets you meet reality as it is, without collapsing into resignation or clinging to resistance. This is the middle path. Resignation says, "There's nothing I can do. Why even try?" Resistance says, "This must change immediately or I can't be okay." Radical acceptance says, "This is what's here. Now what is the wisest way to respond?" It's not a hands-up surrender. It's not a clenched fist battle. It's something quieter, stronger, and far more stable. This middle path begins with recognizing that reality is indifferent to your demands. The world does not bend because you want it to. People don't change simply because you need them to. Outcomes don't appear just because you've earned them. Radical acceptance is the refusal to argue with what already is, because arguing with the present moment is the fastest way to destroy peace. Acceptance doesn't remove pain. It removes unnecessary suffering layered on top of the pain. It's the difference between "this shouldn't be happening" and "this is happening." One creates resistance, the other creates room for clarity. And clarity is what gives you power. When you stop resisting the existence of pain, you can begin understanding it. When you stop denying uncertainty, you can navigate it. When you stop rejecting change, you can move with it. When you stop fighting reality, you regain the strength you were wasting on resistance. This is why the Stoics saw radical acceptance as an act of liberation. It removes the emotional noise that blinds you. It frees the energy you were using to protest life. It gives you the ability to choose your next step instead of reacting to what shouldn't have happened. Acceptance is not the end of effort. It's the beginning of effective effort. Resignation kills motivation. Resistance distorts judgment. Acceptance clears the fog. Imagine facing a setback. Resignation says, "It's over." Resistance says, "This is unacceptable." Acceptance says, "This is the reality I must work with." Now what? This shift changes everything. When someone disappoints you, acceptance stops you from trying to rewrite them. You begin responding to who they are rather than who you want them to be. This doesn't mean you tolerate harmful behavior. It means you see the truth clearly so you can set real boundaries instead of fighting illusions. When life gives you an outcome you didn't want, acceptance grounds you. It stops you from spiraling into self-blame or resentment. You can grieve, learn, adjust, and continue without attacking yourself or the world. When your own emotions rise in ways you don't like, acceptance lets you feel them without fear. You stop labeling them as failure or weakness. You recognize them as human experiences moving through you instead of permanent states defining you. Acceptance is not passive, it's active. It's choosing to face reality without distortion. It's choosing to stay in your body instead of escaping into fantasy. It's choosing to stay awake instead of retreating into denial. It's choosing to use your strength where it matters instead of wasting it on what cannot be changed. Radical acceptance also deepens compassion. When you stop fighting your own humanity, you become gentler with others. You stop expecting perfection. You stop demanding emotional precision. You stop assuming ill intent. You notice the shared struggle in everyone, the unfinishedness, the flaws, the fears, the uncertainty. And this softens your heart without weakening your boundaries. The middle path also protects your future. Resisting reality delays growth. Resignation abandons growth. Acceptance allows growth. It keeps you adaptable, resilient, steady. It positions you to respond intelligently instead of emotionally. It gives you access to the strengths that panic, denial, and perfectionism hide from you. And perhaps the most profound effect is this: radical acceptance reconnects you to the present. Not the imagined future, not the ideal scenario, not the story your mind rehearsed. The real, tangible present. The only place where your life actually exists. The only place where change can begin. The only place where peace can be felt. Acceptance doesn't ask you to like everything. It asks you to stop fighting reality long enough to work with it instead of against it. And when you learn how to walk this middle path, your life no longer feels like a constant battle. The world stops being something you must either dominate or endure. It becomes something you can navigate with clarity, courage, and a quiet strength that doesn't crumble when life refuses to follow your expectations. This is the kind of acceptance that frees the mind, not by giving up, but by letting go. There's a deeper understanding that begins to emerge once you learn the middle path of acceptance. When you stop fighting reality, when you stop demanding that life follow your inner script, your mind becomes clearer. And in that clarity, something uncomfortable but liberating becomes visible. So much of your suffering has never come from the world itself, but from your need to control it. The demand for control is one of the mind's most persistent illusions. It's subtle, it's seductive. It convinces you that if you can just hold everything tightly enough, your emotions, your relationships, your future, your plans, your image, then nothing will hurt you. Nothing will go wrong. Nothing will collapse beneath your feet. But that belief is the very root of the suffering you've been trying to avoid. Control begins as protection. When you were younger, you learned that unpredictability could hurt you. You learned to anticipate danger. You learned to prepare yourself for disappointment, conflict, or change. And over time, this survival instinct became a habit, one that now shows up in moments where no threat exists. You control not because you're demanding, but because a part of you believes that letting go means losing safety. The problem is that the world is not controllable. People are unpredictable. Timing is fluid. Emotions shift. Life bends in directions no one sees coming. And every attempt to force stability onto something inherently unstable creates tension inside you. Not because the world is unkind, but because your expectation is impossible. The Stoics were painfully clear about this. Suffering begins when you try to control what you cannot influence. When your mind reaches into the external world and insists, "This must go my way," you set yourself up for pain. The greater the grip, the harder the life. This demand for control shows up in countless small ways: trying to manage how others see you, trying to predict the future so you never feel caught off guard, trying to regulate someone else's emotions, trying to pre-plan every outcome, trying to force closure, trying to erase uncertainty, trying to perfect yourself so no one can reject you. Every one of these habits feels like protection, but they tighten your mind like a fist. Control doesn't create peace, it destroys it. Because the moment something slips outside your grip, and it always does, you feel threatened. Suddenly everything feels like danger, even when nothing harmful is happening. This false sense of danger keeps your nervous system on high alert. Your breath shortens, your chest tightens, your thoughts speed up, your body braces as if preparing for impact. And yet, the impact you're bracing for is rarely real. It exists in imagination, not reality. You're not reacting to the moment. You're reacting to the fear of losing control over it. What makes the demand for control such a powerful source of suffering is that it creates resistance to everything natural. Resistance to change, resistance to imperfection, resistance to unpredictability, resistance to difference, resistance to unfolding. Resistance is exhausting, not because life is cruel, but because resisting what is takes enormous energy. The Stoic approach isn't to give up on influence or to drift through life without intention. It's to understand the difference between influence and domination. You can influence your actions, your choices, your mindset, your effort, but you cannot dominate outcomes, people, or circumstances. The mind suffers when it confuses the two. Letting go of the demand for control isn't the same as losing control. It's the opposite. It's regaining the only control you ever truly had, control over yourself. Something profound happens when you finally lower your grip. People stop feeling like problems to manage. Conversations stop feeling like minefields. The future stops feeling like a threat. Your emotions stop feeling like emergencies. You stop interpreting uncertainty as failure. Your mind begins to unclench. What replaces the demand for control is not chaos, it's clarity. You begin responding instead of reacting, choosing instead of panicking, observing instead of assuming, leading yourself instead of trying to lead the world. And as this shift deepens, suffering softens. Not because life becomes predictable, but because unpredictability stops feeling like danger. You stop expecting the world to bend to your fears and start adapting to it with steadiness. This is the quiet strength the Stoics lived by, the strength that comes when you no longer try to control life, but learn to move with it. A strength that turns suffering into understanding. A strength that lets the world change without breaking you. A strength that gently replaces fear with peace, one released grip at a time. There's a steady clarity that begins to form once you loosen the demand for control. When the grip softens, even for a moment, the world stops feeling like a battlefield and starts looking more like a landscape. Vast, unpredictable, beautiful, and entirely outside your ownership. In that shift, something becomes clear that the Stoics understood better than most. Life becomes painful not because you lack control, but because you try to control the wrong things. Most people live with their attention pointed in the wrong direction, toward outcomes, reactions, timing, judgments, circumstances, and other people's choices. They chase change in places where change cannot be forced. They pour energy into corners of life where influence is minimal. They suffer not from weakness, but from misdirected effort. This is where the Stoic practice of control mapping becomes transformative. It's the art of categorizing life not by desire, not by preference, not by emotion, but by influence. It is a gentle but powerful separation of what belongs to you from what doesn't. At its core, control mapping is simple. There are things you can influence, there are things you cannot, and nearly all suffering comes from mixing the two. But simple does not mean easy. The mind doesn't like boundaries, it wants control everywhere. It believes that desire itself is a form of power, that wanting something strongly should give you influence over it. But desire gives no power. Influence does. The first category of the Stoic map is internal control. Your thoughts, choices, reactions, efforts, attitudes, and interpretations. These are not always effortless to manage, but they are the only parts of life that are truly yours. They are the sources of real strength. When your energy is invested here, your mind becomes anchored. You feel grounded. You move with intention rather than panic. The second category is partial influence, areas where you can guide but not guarantee. Your health, your skills, your relationships, your work, your goals. You can shape these things, nurture them, invest in them, but you cannot own the outcomes. This category teaches humility. It demands patience. It invites consistency without attachment. You give your best while understanding that reality still moves in its own way. The third category is no influence. The weather, other people's choices, timing, unexpected events, external approval, past actions, and the natural unfolding of life. These are the things the mind tries hardest to control, and the things that resist control completely. Pouring energy here drains you. Resisting this category is what creates tension, fear, resentment, and disappointment. Control mapping is the art of placing each moment into one of these categories before reacting. A difficult conversation, influence over your words, none over theirs. A job application, influence over your preparation, none over the decision. A loved one's mood, influence in how you show up, none in their inner world. Traffic, delays, criticism, silence, outcomes, no influence, no matter how deeply you care. This kind of clarity is liberating because it reorganizes your emotional world. You stop wasting energy on the uncontrollable. You stop abandoning the areas where you have real power. You stop confusing intensity of desire with certainty of result. One of the most painful illusions the mind creates is the belief that wanting something gives you influence over it. But wanting isn't power, it's preference. And when preference masquerades as control, disappointment becomes inevitable. Control mapping shifts your emotional investment. It teaches you to pour your effort into the process and release the outcome. To take responsibility for your part and stop trying to manage the parts that don't belong to you. It is a returning of your mind to its rightful domain. This practice also reduces anxiety. Anxiety thrives on trying to predict or influence things outside your reach. When you stop doing that, your nervous system finally gets room to breathe. You feel lighter because you're no longer carrying what you never had the capacity to carry. Relationships grow healthier too. You stop trying to manage reactions, fix emotions, or shape behavior. You start showing up with clarity instead of control. You communicate instead of manipulate. You listen instead of assume. You let others be responsible for their own inner world instead of making yourself the curator of everyone's peace. Control mapping also sharpens resilience. When setbacks occur, you no longer take them as personal failures. You see them as part of the domain of non-control. You respond with wisdom instead of self-blame. You adjust your approach without attacking your worth. You keep moving because you understand that setbacks don't define you. They simply live in a category you never controlled to begin with. This kind of clarity is not cold, it's compassionate. It protects you from unnecessary suffering. It respects reality instead of fighting it. It gives your energy a direction. It makes your inner world feel less chaotic, not because life becomes easier, but because your mind stops scattering itself across things it can never influence. And slowly, without force, you begin to feel something rare. You are not helpless. You are not overwhelmed. You are simply aligning your power with where power actually exists. And in that alignment, Peace becomes less of a pursuit and more of a byproduct. There's a deeper steadiness that settles in once you begin mapping life by influence instead of desire. When you finally separate what belongs to you from what doesn't, something inside you loosens. You stop gripping the world with the same frantic pressure. You stop spending your energy in places where it can't create change. And in that newfound clarity, another truth reveals itself, one that quietly governs much of your stress, fear, and disappointment. The mind's tendency to claim ownership over outcomes it never controlled. Mental ownership is subtle. It's not loud. It's not dramatic. It feels like responsibility, ambition, dedication, care. But underneath, it's a quiet assumption. If I try hard enough, I can make the outcome turn out the way I want. The moment the mind adopts this belief, it begins treating the outcome as something personal, something it possesses, something it must protect, something that reflects your worth if it succeeds and your failure if it doesn't. This is the root of emotional exhaustion. The mind confuses effort with ownership. You put in the effort, yes, but the result is never yours. It's shaped by timing, by variables outside your reach, by other people's choices, by circumstances you can't predict, by complexities you can't see. Yet the mind insists, this is my outcome. It must match my intention. And when it doesn't, you feel betrayed. The Stoics saw this struggle clearly. They understood that you can control the beginning, but never the ending. You can control your input, but not life's response. You can shape your actions, but not the outcome woven from forces beyond you. So they practiced a radical shift. They stopped claiming mental ownership over what could never belong to them. This isn't about apathy. This isn't about lowering standards. This isn't about giving up on desires or goals. It's about freeing your mind from the burden of guaranteeing results. Ownership creates pressure. Pressure creates fear. Fear creates hesitation. Hesitation creates suffering. When you emotionally claim an outcome, you become enslaved to it. Your peace hinges on its success. Your self-worth ties itself to its arrival. Your sense of safety depends on its certainty. Letting go of mental ownership does not weaken you. It frees you to perform at your best without fear of failure poisoning the process. You show up fully because you want to, not because you're terrified of what happens if you don't. You take risks because you trust yourself, not because you're desperate for a particular reward. You act with intention, not with desperation. Without ownership, your effort becomes clean. Your energy becomes focused. Your decisions become wiser. Your emotions become steadier. This shift also removes the self-blame that so many people silently carry. If the outcome isn't yours, then its failure isn't personal. If the result isn't your property, then its imperfection isn't a reflection of your worth. You begin to understand that doing your best is the only thing that ever belonged to you. And your best was always enough, because your job was never to manipulate reality, only to participate in it. Relinquishing ownership also changes your relationship with uncertainty. Uncertainty stops feeling like a threat. It becomes a natural part of life instead of an enemy to eliminate. You stop trying to predict every turn. You stop treating unknown outcomes as danger. You stop feeling punished by things you never controlled to begin with. Relationships benefit too. You stop trying to manage the outcome of every conversation. You stop trying to control how someone feels about you. You stop interpreting their choices as reflections of your value. You start letting people be sovereign in their own lives. And perhaps the most meaningful shift happens internally. Releasing ownership allows you to enjoy the process again. When the destination is not your identity, the journey becomes lighter. Effort becomes fulfilling. Growth becomes meaningful. Failure becomes information instead of shame. Progress becomes a joy instead of an obligation. You begin to live with a kind of quiet confidence, not because you know how things will end, but because you finally accept that your strength was never meant to be measured by outcomes. It was meant to be measured by presence, intention, clarity, and steady effort. Life unfolds with more ease when you stop gripping its results. You breathe deeper, you move smoother, you trust more, you suffer less. Not because life becomes predictable, but because you stop believing you must own what was never yours. And in that release, peace becomes something you carry, not something you chase. There's a deeper simplicity that begins to reveal itself once you stop claiming ownership over outcomes. When the mind no longer treats results as personal property, something softens. You begin to see how much of your suffering came from tying your identity to things that were never in your hands. But beneath that realization lies an even older illusion, one the mind clings to with quiet desperation, the belief that manipulating life will create clarity. Control promises peace. Control promises certainty. Control promises safety. Control promises understanding. Control promises smoothness, predictability, and emotional comfort. But every one of these promises is false. The more you try to manipulate life, the more confused you become. Not because your effort is wrong, but because manipulation tries to force clarity from the outside in. It tries to shape reality before shaping perception. It demands certainty from a world that cannot produce it on command. And because that certainty never arrives, your mind stays tangled, exhausted from chasing illusions. Manipulation begins in small ways you barely notice. You speak in a certain tone to avoid conflict. You over-explain to control how people perceive you. You plan excessively to avoid any surprises. You edit yourself so others will respond in predictable ways. You avoid honesty because you want to manage someone's reaction. You rehearse conversations so they unfold the way you prefer. Each of these behaviors masks one fear. If I don't control this, something unpleasant will happen. But here's what the Stoics understood with startling clarity. Trying to control outcomes makes your inner world more chaotic, not less. When you manipulate life, you split your awareness. One part watches reality. The other part watches your strategy for shaping reality. Your mind becomes divided against itself. You stop experiencing the moment because you're busy adjusting it. You stop seeing people clearly because you're busy predicting them. You stop hearing your own intuition because you're busy managing impressions. You stop trusting life because you're busy strategizing against it. Manipulation may give temporary relief, but it always leads to long-term confusion. Because the moment you think you have the world perfectly balanced, life moves. People change, plans shift, circumstances turn, and you're left scrambling to fix something that wasn't broken, just alive. Life is fluid. Manipulation is rigid. That mismatch creates suffering. The mind believes control will bring clarity, but clarity never comes from forcing life. Clarity comes from meeting life as it is. Control restricts your vision. Observation widens it. Manipulation distorts the moment. Presence reveals it. When you try to manipulate everything, you stop noticing what is actually happening. You miss subtle cues because you're focused on outcomes. You misinterpret emotion because you're analyzing instead of feeling. You misunderstand situations because you're filtering them through fear. And slowly, you lose trust in your own judgment. Not because you are incapable, but because your perception becomes clouded by strategy. The Stoics taught that manipulating life is like trying to steer the wind. Your energy is spent, your peace is lost, your clarity is buried under effort. And still, the wind goes where it will. The false promise of control also affects your relationships. Manipulation, even in soft, socially acceptable forms, creates distance. It blocks honesty. It prevents real connection. It replaces vulnerability with performance. It turns conversation into prediction. It fills silence with self-consciousness. And ironically, the more you try to influence others, the less understood you feel. Not because people are unkind, but because you're not showing them your true self. Manipulation creates emotional fog. Authenticity creates emotional clarity. Manipulation also makes your mind hypervigilant. You're always watching for signs. Did this work? Did I say the right thing? Are they reacting how I hoped? This constant monitoring creates anxiety, misinformation, and exhaustion. Your mind becomes a projector, not a receiver. Letting go of manipulation doesn't mean becoming passive or careless. It means trusting reality enough to stop bending it into unnatural shapes. It means meeting situations with openness instead of preloading fear. It means letting people reveal themselves instead of coaxing them into a preferred version. It means acting with integrity rather than strategy. This kind of surrender is not weak. It's clarifying. Because the moment you stop manipulating life, the fog lifts. You begin to see people more honestly. You begin to understand situations more accurately. You begin to feel your emotions more clearly. You begin to trust your decisions more deeply. You begin to move through the world with steadiness instead of fear. Control never brings clarity. Clarity arrives when you stop insisting that life cooperate with your fears. It arrives when you stop twisting reality into a shape that feels safe. It arrives when you let life move and let yourself move with it. And when that clarity appears, it brings a peace that manipulation could never deliver. A peace rooted not in control, but in alignment with the truth of how life actually works. There's a deeper kind of clarity that begins to take shape once you stop trying to manipulate life into giving you safety. When you stop bending moments into predictable shapes, when you allow the world to move without forcing it, something remarkable happens inside you. Your emotions begin to quiet. Not because life becomes easier, but because your mood finally stops being dragged around by every shift in your external world. This is the beginning of emotional decentralization. Most people live with their emotions wired directly into circumstances. If things go well, they feel balanced. If things go poorly, they feel broken. If someone is kind, they feel valuable. If someone withdraws, they feel unworthy. If life flows, they feel strong. If life resists, they feel fragile. Their mood becomes a reflection of the world, unstable, unpredictable, and vulnerable to every external wave. This creates an emotional life that rises and falls too easily, too dramatically, too painfully. The Stoics saw this as one of humanity's deepest vulnerabilities. They believed that the moment you allow the outside world to dictate your inner world, you surrender your peace to forces you cannot control. No person can feel grounded if they treat every shift in circumstance as a shift in identity. Emotional decentralization is the art of taking your feelings out of the hands of external events. It means your mood is no longer tied to someone's tone, someone's validation, someone's approval, someone's inconsistency. It means your worth is no longer controlled by performance, productivity, perfection, or outcome. It means your peace no longer swings with the unpredictability of life. It doesn't turn you cold, it turns you steady. This begins with recognizing how automatically your emotions respond to conditions around you. A delayed text creates anxiety. A small mistake creates shame. An unexpected change creates irritation. A stranger's bad mood creates self-doubt. A setback creates hopelessness. Not because these events are catastrophic, but because the mind still believes they have the authority to dictate how you should feel. When your emotional center lies outside of you, your peace is always vulnerable. You spend your days trying to manage people's reactions, control their perceptions, anticipate outcomes, and create an environment where you can finally feel okay. But this pursuit never ends, because no one can stabilize a world they don't control. The Stoics taught a gentler truth. Your feelings can exist independently of circumstances. Your mood does not have to follow your environment. Your peace does not have to collapse every time life shifts. Emotional decentralization is not repression, it's reorientation. It's shifting the source of your emotional stability from the outside world to your inner foundation. This shift requires practice, not pressure. You begin by noticing the moment when an external event triggers an internal reaction. When you feel the spike, the sting, the tension, the drop. And instead of letting your mood fall in line automatically, you pause. You create space between the event and your response. In that space you ask, does this moment truly deserve control of my inner state? Most of the time, the answer is no. Emotional decentralization isn't about being unaffected. It's about being less owned by what happens around you. You can feel things without drowning in them. You can care without collapsing. You can respond without absorbing everything into your identity. This inner steadiness creates a profound shift in how you experience life. People stop having the power to define you. Outcomes stop having the power to shame you. Uncertainty stops having the power to frighten you. Disapproval stops having the power to wound you. You stop treating your emotions as hostages to circumstance. You start treating them as residents of your inner home, protected, grounded, stable. This doesn't make you indifferent. It makes you resilient. You still feel joy, frustration, love, sadness, excitement. But you feel them from a centered place, not a reactive one. Your emotions stop being weather patterns that sweep you away. They become clouds passing through a sky that remains intact. With emotional decentralization, your internal world becomes more trustworthy than the external one. You begin waking up with a sense of steadiness that isn't dependent on how the day unfolds. You begin relating to people with openness instead of fear. You begin pursuing goals from passion rather than pressure. You begin handling challenges without spiraling into self-doubt. And the most powerful shift of all, you stop waiting for everything outside of you to be perfect before you allow yourself to feel at peace. You realize that peace was never something the world was supposed to deliver. It was something you were meant to hold within you, independent of the noise, untouched by the chaos, anchored in the part of you that life cannot shake. There's a deeper steadiness that begins to grow once your emotions stop rising and falling with every shift in the world around you. When you no longer hand your mood over to circumstances, a quiet space opens inside you, a space where you can finally see your desires clearly, not as demands, not as sources of pressure, not as measurements of your worth, just as signals, just as possibilities, just as invitations. And in that clarity, you begin to discover something the Stoics understood with incredible wisdom. Desire is not the problem. Attachment is. Desire is natural. Desire is human. Desire helps you move, create, dream, grow, connect, and shape your life. Without desire, nothing evolves, nothing changes, nothing deepens. But desire turns into suffering the moment it becomes something you need in order to feel whole, secure, validated, or safe. The mind often confuses wanting with depending. It thinks, if I desire this strongly, it must mean I cannot be okay without it. And in that moment, desire tightens into attachment, and attachment becomes a chain. Attachment says, I need this or I won't be enough. I need this or I won't be happy. I need this or everything will fall apart. I need this or I've failed. Desire is light. Attachment is heavy. Desire inspires. Attachment suffocates. Desire opens possibilities. Attachment collapses them. The Stoics never asked people to remove desire from their lives. They asked people to remove the desperation hidden inside desire, the belief that the world must deliver what you want in order for you to be okay. They believed that freedom comes from this simple but profound shift, wanting without clinging. This shift creates a new kind of emotional space inside you, a space where you can pursue things with passion without being destroyed if things unfold differently. A space where you can love deeply without losing yourself. A space where you can dream boldly without trembling at the idea of disappointment. A space where you can take risks without treating the outcome as a verdict on your worth. Wanting without needing is emotional elegance. It's how you stay open to life without being controlled by it. This doesn't make you passive. It doesn't make you cold. It doesn't make you less invested. It makes you more alive because you're no longer interacting with the world through fear. Attachment is rooted in fear. Desire is rooted in movement. When you shift from attachment to desire, your whole relationship with life changes. You begin pursuing goals with clarity instead of desperation. You put in effort because it aligns with your values, not because you're terrified of being left behind. You take action from a position of strength rather than insecurity. You begin showing up in relationships with authenticity instead of performance. You stop needing people to behave perfectly so you can feel safe. You stop making someone else's actions responsible for your emotional stability. Love becomes generosity, not bargaining. You begin working toward dreams with joy instead of pressure. Failure stops feeling like identity collapse and starts feeling like information. Progress becomes something to enjoy, not something to measure your worth against. Detachment is not indifference, it's inner freedom. The Stoics practiced this kind of freedom by holding their desires loosely, the same way you might hold a bird in your hands, gently, respectfully, without squeezing, without trapping, without forcing it into the shape you prefer. If it stays, you appreciate it. If it flies, you bless it. And either way, you remain whole. Desire without attachment also deepens your peace. When you want something but don't need it, you stop imagining catastrophe if things go another way. You stop living in fear of loss. You stop letting desire turn into anxiety. Instead of contracting, your mind expands. Instead of controlling, you observe. Instead of panicking, you breathe. This shift also restores your sense of identity. When you're no longer attached to outcomes, you stop defining yourself through them. You stop using achievements, relationships, status, approval, or progress as proof of your worth. You realize you are whole before the desire, and whole after it. This is what allows you to move through life with grace. You can want deeply, but walk lightly. You can dream boldly, but remain grounded. You can care fully, but stay free. Desire without attachment is the art of loving something without worshipping it, pursuing something without losing yourself in it, reaching for something without collapsing if you don't grasp it. And in that space, between wanting and needing, you find the kind of peace that nothing outside you can take away. There's a distinct clarity that starts to take shape once you learn to desire without clinging. When you stop tying your worth to outcomes, when you hold your wants gently instead of gripping them tightly, a new kind of mental spaciousness forms. And in that space, you begin to notice patterns you couldn't see before. Patterns in how your mood rises and falls, how disappointment forms, and how peace disappears. The Stoics noticed this too. And though they didn't use the language of mathematics, they revealed a principle that works with the precision of an equation. The higher your expectations rise, the more your suffering increases. The lower your expectations fall, the more your peace expands. This is the expectation to suffering ratio. It isn't literal math, it's psychological math. An equation that quietly governs how much distress you experience in daily life. The mind creates expectations constantly. Expectations about people, expectations about timing, expectations about progress, expectations about love, expectations about success, expectations about yourself. Some expectations are reasonable, but most expectations are unconscious demands disguised as normal hopes. The ratio works like this. When your expectations rise higher than reality can consistently reach, the space between what you wanted and what is becomes fertile ground for suffering. Disappointment lives in that space. Resentment lives in that space. Frustration lives in that space. Impatience lives in that space. Self-blame, too. The Stoics recognized that the mind's expectations often have nothing to do with reality. They come from imagination, fear, hopes, habits, or cultural conditioning. And because expectations rise automatically, suffering often follows automatically too. The equation is simple in concept, but profound in effect. Expectation up arrow equals suffering up arrow. Expectation down arrow equals suffering down arrow. This doesn't mean eliminating expectations entirely. It means becoming conscious of them, because many expectations are not chosen. They are inherited or assumed. For example, expecting people to understand you without explanation, expecting life to reward effort immediately, expecting relationships to remain consistent forever, expecting your emotions to cooperate with your plans, expecting progress to be linear, expecting success to align with your timeline. When these expectations go unexamined, they set emotional traps. You suffer not because life failed, but because your internal ruler was measuring reality with unrealistic precision. The Stoic solution wasn't pessimism, it was accuracy. They believed in grounding expectations in reality, not fantasy. They believed in replacing assumptions with observation. They believed in flexibility of mind rather than rigidity of hope. The power of the expectation to suffering ratio is how it brings awareness to the cost of demands. Because every expectation comes with a hidden fee. the emotional weight of disappointment if the world does not comply. But when expectations soften, something liberating happens inside you. You begin living with curiosity instead of entitlement. You begin noticing the moment instead of judging it. You begin appreciating what happens instead of resenting what doesn't. You begin responding instead of reacting. You begin feeling grateful instead of deprived. The mind becomes lighter because it stops dragging around the burden of predicting how everything should unfold. Lowering expectations does not mean lowering standards. Standards shape your actions. Expectations try to shape the world. One belongs to you, the other doesn't. Lowering expectations also doesn't make you passive. It makes you more effective, because you stop wasting energy fighting reality and start investing energy where it matters: your choices, your effort, your intentions, your clarity. The Stoics weren't saying, expect nothing. They were saying, expect the world to be the world, messy, unpredictable, imperfect, and you will suffer far less. It's not about expecting negative outcomes. It's about not demanding specific outcomes. It's about letting life meet you as it is, rather than insisting it meet you as you planned. When the mind loosens its grip on expectations, even slightly, suffering shrinks. Not because life becomes easier, but because you stop adding unnecessary pain on top of natural discomfort. Imagine two people facing the same setback. One expected smoothness, so they are devastated. The other expected unpredictability, so they adapt. Same event, different ratios, different emotional worlds. This is the heart of the equation. The event rarely creates the suffering. The expectation does. As expectations soften, the ratio shifts in your favor. You experience more peace, not because life changes, but because your relationship to life changes. You stop demanding perfection from the imperfect. You stop demanding consistency from the ever-changing. You stop demanding certainty from the uncertain. And in that shift, you find something the Stoics valued above all else: freedom. The kind that doesn't depend on the world bending to you, but on your ability to meet the world with clarity, humility, and inner ease. There's a certain quiet awareness that forms once you understand the link between expectations and suffering. When you finally see how much peace you lose by demanding life unfold a certain way, something inside you loosens. But in that newfound looseness, another pattern becomes painfully clear, one that has been shaping your mental life for years without your permission. It's the mind's addiction to completion. A strange discomfort rises whenever something remains unfinished. A conversation without closure, a task left half done, a feeling you haven't fully processed, a question without an answer, a decision without resolution, a future without certainty. Even the smallest open loop creates a kind of internal itch, a sense that something is unsettled, incomplete, hanging in the air. The mind hates that feeling. It wants everything closed, clarified, finalized, concluded. Not because closure is required for life to function, but because closure creates the illusion of control. And so the mind chases completion like a drug. This addiction isn't shameful, it's biological. Humans evolved to resolve uncertainty quickly because open loops once signaled danger: a rustle in the bushes, a shift in the winds, a missing piece of information. Survival required answers. But modern life is not built on clear endings. It's built on constant motion, change, ambiguity, and unfolding. The mind hasn't caught up. It still behaves as if every open loop must be resolved or something terrible might happen. This is why you obsess over unfinished messages, why you replay old conversations, why you spiral when someone leaves you on red, why you can't sleep when there's unresolved tension, why a dream not yet achieved feels like failure, why uncertainty feels intolerable instead of natural. The Stoics studied this tendency thousands of years ago and understood that the mind suffers most in the spaces it cannot close. They believed that freedom comes from learning to sit with incomplete things without treating them as threats. The mind's addiction to completion creates several traps. 1. The trap of mental overdrive. The mind starts looping, replaying, analyzing, predicting, trying to force an ending prematurely. But this looping doesn't produce clarity. It produces exhaustion. You confuse rumination with resolution, when really it's just fear disguised as thought. 2. The trap of premature decisions. Because the mind can't tolerate uncertainty, it pressures you to decide too quickly. You commit when you're not ready. You speak before you understand. You react before you observe. You close doors that might have opened beautifully if you'd waited a little longer. 3. The trap of emotional overreach. You pressure others for clarity they're not ready to give. You demand answers before the situation has matured. You force closure because holding an open loop feels unbearable. These actions create conflict, not because your intentions are wrong, but because your fear is louder than your patience. 4. The trap of identity attachment. You treat unfinished things as personal flaws. An incomplete project becomes, I always fail. An unresolved feeling becomes, I'm broken. An unfinished dream becomes, I'm not good enough. The mind mistakes incompletion for inadequacy. The Stoic approach offers a different path, learning to coexist with open loops, not rush them, not fear them, not force them, not interpret them, just allow them. The truth is simple. Life is a series of open loops. Things begin and pause. Connections form and shift. Plans evolve. Emotions move in waves. Meanings emerge slowly. Understanding unfolds over time. Completion is the exception, not the rule. The art is learning to hold space for unfinished things without letting the mind spin them into crises. This begins by acknowledging the discomfort. You don't fight it. You don't shame yourself for feeling it. You simply recognize, here is my mind seeking closure. It's uncomfortable, but it's not dangerous. This one recognition reduces half the suffering. Then you practice sitting with it. Let the loop remain open. Let the question remain unanswered. Let the emotion remain partially processed. Let the outcome remain uncertain. Let the next step remain unclear. Sitting with open loops doesn't make you passive. It makes you wise. Because once you stop forcing closure, you begin allowing life to reveal information in its own time. You respond from clarity, not compulsion. You move with understanding, not urgency. You make decisions that align with truth, not fear. Something remarkable happens in this space. Your nervous system begins to trust that incompletion isn't a threat. Your inner world stops bracing itself. Your mind stops rushing toward imagined danger. You tolerate ambiguity without collapsing into fear or overthinking. Life becomes spacious. Relationships soften. Conversations become more honest. Decisions become more accurate. Progress becomes more sustainable. Emotions become more manageable. You no longer feel the need to rush healing, rush closure, rush understanding, rush growth. The Stoics weren't trying to eliminate the desire for completion. They were teaching how to free yourself from being controlled by it. Because the truth is, you don't need everything to be finished to feel whole. You don't need every loop closed to be at peace. You don't need every answer to trust your path. Open loops are part of being alive. They're part of being human. They're part of a world that's always becoming rather than concluding. And when you learn to live with them, really live with them, something powerful awakens inside you. A peace that doesn't depend on endings, a strength that doesn't depend on certainty, a steadiness that doesn't depend on everything being wrapped neatly, a peace born not from completion, but from acceptance. There's a deeper maturity that begins to form once you learn to live with open loops. When you stop rushing toward closure and stop treating incompletion as danger, your inner world becomes calmer. In that calm, you begin to notice another pattern that has been quietly shaping your life, a pattern that creates pressure, anxiety, and restlessness, even on good days. It's the accumulation of artificial needs. Artificial needs are the demands the mind invents, needs that feel essential but have nothing to do with your survival, your purpose, or your peace. They are psychological cravings disguised as necessities. They grow slowly, quietly, without your awareness, and before long, they dictate your mood, your behavior, and your sense of worth. The Stoics warned about these more than any other form of inner burden. They believe that most suffering comes not from true lack, but from imagined lack, needs created by desire, comparison, ego, insecurity, or habit. Artificial needs sound like this. I need people to understand me. I need everything to go smoothly today. I need to be liked to feel secure. I need constant progress to feel valid. I need to look successful to feel worthy. I need to avoid discomfort to be okay. I need life to cooperate so I can relax. None of these are real needs. They're mental constructs. But the mind treats them as essential, and that illusion becomes a source of constant pressure. The Stoic discipline of reducing artificial needs isn't about giving up joy or ambition. It's about removing the internal conditions that make your peace dependent on things outside your control. When you reduce artificial needs, you stop demanding constant validation. You stop tying your worth to productivity. You stop needing approval to feel steady. You stop expecting life to move without friction. You stop confusing comfort with safety. This creates a freedom that is almost indescribable. The discipline begins with recognizing how artificial needs are formed. They usually emerge from three places. 1. Identity confusion. When you define yourself through roles, achievements, or external rewards, you begin to believe those things are necessary for your inner safety. But identity built on externals is fragile. It must be constantly defended. 2. Emotional avoidance. The mind creates artificial needs to protect you from discomfort. If I need everyone to be pleased with me, I never have to face conflict. If I need constant progress, I never have to face feelings of inadequacy. But avoidance strengthens fear instead of dissolving it. 3. Cultural noise. Society sells needs disguised as standards. Be impressive. Be fast. Be flawless. Be admired. Be certain. Be extraordinary. These expectations turn into inner demands that exhaust you. Reducing artificial needs does not mean lowering your standards. It means reclaiming your autonomy from illusions. The process begins gently. You observe each need that rises in your mind and ask, is this truly necessary? or did my mind invent it? The moment you question a false need, it begins to lose power. You may notice that many of the things you once thought were essential are simply preferences inflated into requirements. You may realize that the world doesn't collapse when things aren't perfect. You may notice that your peace doesn't disappear when someone misunderstands you. You may discover that life continues even when your plans shift, and slowly your internal world becomes lighter. The Stoics practiced this through voluntary simplicity, not rejecting life, but refusing to become dependent on experiences, praise, comfort, or circumstances for their inner stability. They practiced wanting without needing, enjoying without clinging, engaging without attaching. When you reduce artificial needs, you begin experiencing emotional resilience, because your peace isn't held hostage to external conditions, mental spaciousness, because you stop managing impossible inner demands, stronger boundaries, because you no longer need validation to feel secure, genuine joy, because your happiness is no longer conditional, inner strength, because you stop outsourcing your well-being to the world. Something else happens too, something subtle but profound. You begin wanting less but appreciating more. You begin expecting less but receiving more. You begin depending less but connecting more. This shift doesn't make you detached from life. It makes you available to it. You start showing up with presence instead of pressure. You start acting from clarity instead of need. You start making decisions based on truth instead of fear. Reducing artificial needs is not deprivation. It's liberation. It's the quiet removal of unnecessary burdens you were never meant to carry. It's the art of returning to a life where your happiness is rooted in something unshakable, your own inner stability. The fewer artificial needs you carry, the freer your mind becomes. And the freer your mind becomes, the more deeply you can experience life without demanding that it complete you. There's a deeper steadiness that rises once you begin reducing the artificial needs that secretly shaped your life. When you stop treating every preference as a requirement, when you release the inner demands that once held your peace hostage, something inside you becomes unexpectedly strong. Not loud, not aggressive, not forceful. A quiet, intelligent strength, one rooted not in having more, but in wanting less. This is a form of strength most people overlook, because the world teaches the opposite. We're taught that wanting more means ambition, that craving more means hunger, that demanding more means confidence, that chasing more means progress. But the Stoics saw wanting less as a sign of profound inner power. To want less is not to lack desire. It is to stop outsourcing your stability. It is to stop allowing external things to control your internal world. It is to release the belief that more is the solution to the discomfort inside you. Wanting less requires intelligence, not just mental intelligence, but emotional and existential intelligence. It requires the ability to see through illusions that most people never question. There are several reasons why wanting less is a sign of intellectual strength. 1. It shows you understand the limitations of external rewards. Most people spend their lives chasing things that bring short-lived satisfaction: status, attention, possession, praise, comfort. They believe these things can fix their internal discomfort, yet the relief fades quickly. Wanting less means you've realized something wiser. No external gain can permanently resolve internal unrest. That insight is rare, and it is a hallmark of a mind that sees reality clearly. 2. It shows you can separate desire from dependency. People who want excessively often do so because they rely on outcomes for identity, validation, or emotional safety. Their desires are entangled with insecurity. When they want more, what they really mean is, I need more to feel enough. Wanting less means you've uncoupled desire from self-worth. You can enjoy things without depending on them. You can pursue goals without being defined by them. You can appreciate success without being controlled by it. That is intellectual freedom. 3. It shows you understand the cost of excess. The mind doesn't just chase more, it pays for it. More desire equals more expectation. More expectation equals more disappointment. More disappointment equals more suffering. Wanting less is not deprivation. It's strategic. It reduces friction, simplifies life, and protects mental clarity. It's choosing quality of consciousness over quantity of cravings. 4. It shows you're not manipulated by social conditioning. Almost every message in modern life is designed to convince you that you are lacking. Buy this to feel confident. Achieve this to feel valuable. Gain this to feel secure. Collect this to feel complete. Wanting less means you see through these illusions. It means your mind cannot be easily manipulated. It means you choose your values instead of being handed them by society. That's intellectual autonomy. 5. It shows you can experience life without filtered expectations. The fewer wants you project onto the world, the more clearly you can see it. You stop judging moments by what they should give you. You stop measuring people by how they should behave. You stop interpreting events through the lens of unmet desire. Wanting less sharpens perception. It makes your mind less cluttered, less reactive, less distorted. This clarity is one of the highest forms of intelligence. 6. It shows you've developed inner resources. People who want constantly are often empty internally. They reach outward because there is nothing stabilizing them inwardly. They demand from the world what they have not built within. Wanting less means you have cultivated resilience, patience, grounding, and inner sufficiency. It means you've built a home inside yourself so you no longer need the world to house your peace. This is emotional engineering at its highest level. Something else happens when you want less. You appreciate more. Smaller joys become richer. Simple moments become meaningful. Ordinary days become easier to love. Nothing feels like not enough because you're no longer measuring life against an inflated list of desires. Your mind becomes spacious. Your heart becomes calm. Your decisions become wiser. Your relationships become more authentic. Your suffering decreases, not because life becomes perfect, but because your demands no longer drown out your ability to perceive beauty. The Stoics knew that wanting less was not a loss. It was liberation. Because when your happiness depends on fewer things, your happiness becomes more stable. When your peace depends on fewer conditions, your peace becomes more resilient. When your identity depends on fewer achievements, your identity becomes more grounded. Wanting less is not emptiness. It's inner abundance. It's the strength to stop needing life to fill you, and the wisdom to fill yourself instead. There's a deeper honesty that begins to surface once you recognize the strength in wanting less. When you stop letting your desires inflate your suffering, when you no longer treat external things as the gatekeepers of your peace, something becomes clearer, something most people never look deeply enough to see. You begin to notice that many of the things you once wanted weren't even your wants to begin with. They were inherited, absorbed quietly, subtly, invisibly. These are the invisible chains, the expectations placed on you long before you ever developed the awareness to question them. They don't feel foreign because they've lived inside your mind for years, maybe decades. They blend so seamlessly into your sense of self that you mistake them for your own beliefs. And because they are silent, they become some of the strongest forces shaping your life. Invisible chains sound like this. You must be successful to be respected. You must constantly achieve to prove your worth. You must avoid disappointing others. You must never show weakness. You must follow a linear life path. You must reach certain milestones by certain ages. You must always keep the peace. You must be the reliable one. You must be the strong one. You didn't choose these. They were given to you by family, culture, school, media, and society at large. Maybe even by people who loved you, but didn't understand that their expectations would become internal burdens you never signed up for. The Stoics warned about these subtle expectations long before modern psychology had a name for them. They taught that much of human suffering comes from adopting values, beliefs, and standards that are not truly your own. When you build your life around someone else's script, you lose the ability to hear your own voice. The problem with invisible chains is not just that they restrict you, it's that you don't realize you're restricted. You believe the pressure you feel is natural. You believe the dissatisfaction you feel is personal failure. You believe the goals you chase are self-chosen. You believe the standards you uphold are universal truth. Invisible expectations create a life that looks correct on the outside but feels suffocating on the inside. One day you wake up and realize the job you have pleases them, not you. The image you maintain protects them, not you. The goals you pursue satisfy them, not you. The life you're living is built more on their fears than on your desires, and that realization is painful but freeing. The Stoic path invites you to look inward with honesty and ask, what expectations have I inherited that no longer belong to me? What pressures am I carrying that do not come from my true nature? What parts of my identity were shaped by someone else's fear? What am I trying to prove, and to whom? These questions aren't meant to create rebellion. They are meant to create clarity. Because once you see the chain, it begins to break. Invisible chains are subtle because they often disguise themselves as virtues. Perfectionism is disguised as responsibility. People-pleasing is disguised as kindness. Overachievement is disguised as ambition. Self-neglect is disguised as selflessness. Burnout is disguised as dedication. And the world praises these patterns, which makes them even harder to question. But the Stoics understood that virtue is only virtue when it comes from freedom, not fear. A behavior chosen freely strengthens you. A behavior performed to avoid judgment controls you. To break invisible chains, you must begin by examining the emotional reaction underneath them. Any time you feel guilt, shame, panic, or pressure for not meeting an expectation, pause. Look deeper. Ask yourself, whose voice is this? Whose standard am I trying to meet? Whose approval am I chasing? Whose disappointment am I avoiding? You might discover that the voice isn't yours at all. Once you create this distance, this psychological separation, you begin to reclaim territory inside yourself that was lost. You begin to recognize what you value, not what was taught to you, what you want, not what was expected of you, what you choose, not what you were conditioned to choose. Invisible chains start to dissolve when you reclaim authorship over your life, when you stop performing and start living, When you stop defending an identity that isn't yours and start exploring who you truly are beneath the layers of expectation. As these chains weaken, you begin to breathe differently. Your choices feel lighter. Your actions feel authentic. Your dreams feel possible. Your failures feel less catastrophic. Your successes feel more genuine. You start feeling like a real participant in your own life instead of a character trapped in someone else's script. The Stoics believed this was one of the highest forms of inner freedom, the ability to live according to your nature rather than the noise around you. Breaking invisible chains doesn't require rebellion. It requires awareness. It requires honesty. It requires courage. And once you begin, the freedom you gain becomes one of the most powerful gifts you can ever give yourself. There's a certain clarity that begins to emerge once you start recognizing the expectations you inherited rather than chose. When those invisible chains begin to loosen, even slightly, something inside you becomes more aware of how many of your emotional wounds were never caused by events themselves, but by the quiet agreements you believed existed, even though they were never spoken. This is the realm of emotional contracts, the unspoken promises your mind writes for other people without their consent. An emotional contract can sound like this. If I'm loyal to you, you'll never hurt me. If I show up for you, you'll show up for me. If I understand you, you should understand me. If I'm honest with you, you'll be honest with me. If I give you my best, you'll give me the same. If I don't abandon you, you shouldn't abandon me. These contracts feel natural, even fair. They feel like the fabric of healthy connection. But the truth is this: they are expectations dressed as agreements, and the other person may not even know they exist.
When these unspoken contracts break, you don't just feel disappointed, you feel betrayed. Not because someone violated an actual agreement,
but because they violated the one you silently believed they accepted. The Stoics understood this phenomenon long before we had modern language for it. They believed that much of our emotional pain comes from assuming others share our values, intentions, and emotional logic. We build inner contracts based on how we would behave, and then we get hurt when someone else, being themselves instead of our mirror, acts differently. The rupture feels personal, even though it isn't. Emotional contracts become even more dangerous because they often form unconsciously. You don't say them out loud. You don't check if they're mutual. You don't examine if they're realistic. You simply feel them, as if they're part of the natural order. And because they're unspoken, they are almost impossible for others to honor. The pain of broken emotional contracts shows up in familiar ways. You feel disappointed because someone didn't intuit your needs. You feel betrayed because someone didn't match your loyalty. You feel unappreciated because your effort wasn't reciprocated. You feel rejected because someone didn't respond the way you hoped. You feel angry because someone didn't follow a rule you silently expected them to follow. But the Stoic truth is this: you weren't hurt by their actions. You were hurt by the contract you wrote without consulting them. This doesn't mean you shouldn't have hopes or boundaries. It means clarity protects the heart in ways expectation never can. There's a profound difference between "I expect you to do this" and "Here's what I need in this relationship. Can we agree on this?" One is a silent contract. The other is an honest conversation. When you shift from expectation to clarity, so much pain dissolves. Because emotional contracts are usually rooted in three places. 1. Projection. You assume others think like you, value like you, love like you. So you expect them to behave the way you would. This makes their difference feel like betrayal. 2. Fear of disappointment. You avoid stating your needs clearly because clarity feels vulnerable. So you rely on silent contracts to protect yourself, but they don't protect you. They set you up for heartbreak.
3. Childhood conditioning. Many people grow up learning love through unspoken rules, so they repeat that pattern as adults, hoping others will read their mind the way they once hoped caregivers would.
The Stoics saw clarity as a form of love, first for yourself, then for others. Because when you recognize your silent contracts, several things happen. You stop assuming others can read your mind. You stop punishing people for rules they never agreed to. You stop expecting emotional symmetry where it doesn't exist. You stop interpreting difference as disrespect. You stop giving responsibility for your happiness to people who never asked for it. Something else shifts too. You become emotionally cleaner. Your relationships become less reactive, less dramatic, less fragile. Because you begin relating to people as they are, not as the characters in your private story. You begin communicating needs instead of testing loyalty. You begin setting boundaries instead of expecting perfect behavior. You begin appreciating what people can give instead of resenting what they can't. You begin choosing connections that align with your values instead of forcing those that don't. When you release unspoken contracts, you stop taking everything personally. You stop seeing unmet expectations as betrayals. You stop letting disappointment turn into resentment, and you start experiencing relationships with more compassion and less pain. The Stoics believed that you gain freedom when you stop expecting others to fulfill the silent agreements in your mind. Not because expectations are wrong, but because clarity dissolves suffering at its root. Your heart doesn't break because people change. Your heart breaks because your contracts didn't. And when you finally stop writing emotional contracts that no one else has signed, you open yourself to a new kind of peace, one built on honesty, maturity, and the quiet wisdom of letting people be who they are, not who your expectations scripted them to be. There's a deeper self-awareness that begins to form once you recognize how many of your emotional wounds came from silent contracts you never realized you wrote. When you finally see how expectations shape your heartache, something shifts. Your emotional world becomes clearer. And in that clarity, you start to notice a pattern that has been hiding in plain sight. Most anxiety doesn't come from fear itself. It comes from demands, expectations your mind insists reality must meet.
This is demand-triggered anxiety.
It doesn't appear randomly. It doesn't rise out of nowhere. It is almost always the echo of an expectation that feels threatened. And because expectations often operate below awareness, the anxiety feels mysterious, like a storm with no visible sky. But there is always a trigger, always a demand, always a should or must buried beneath the fear. For example, when someone doesn't reply fast enough, the anxiety isn't about silence. It's about the expectation. They must respond in a way that makes me feel secure. When plans change unexpectedly, the anxiety isn't about the change. It's about the expectation. My day must unfold the way I imagined. When you make a mistake at work, the anxiety isn't about the mistake. It's about the expectation. I must never disappoint or be judged. When the future feels blurry, the anxiety isn't about uncertainty. It's about the expectation. I must know what's going to happen before I can relax. Demand-triggered anxiety is the nervous system reacting to threatened expectations, often expectations you didn't know you were carrying. The Stoics understood this connection deeply. They believed that fear almost always grows from attachment to a specific outcome. When you demand that life follow your internal blueprint, anything that deviates from it feels dangerous. The danger isn't real, but the expectation makes it feel real. So how do you trace anxiety back to the expectation that created it?
The process is surprisingly gentle.
Step 1. Notice the spike. That tightening in the chest, that knot in the stomach, that rush of thoughts, that familiar internal alarm. Don't suppress it. Don't judge it. Just acknowledge. Something inside me feels threatened. Step 2. Ask yourself, what outcome am I demanding right now? Not wanting, not hoping, demanding. There is almost always a silent requirement hiding behind the fear, a rule you didn't realize you were enforcing. Step 3. Identify the must or should. Demand-triggered anxiety always contains one. I should already have this figured out. They should treat me a certain way. This must not go wrong. I must control this situation. They should never pull away. I must always appear strong. The moment you hear the should, you've found the expectation. Step 4. Question the demand. Not the fear, the demand. Ask, is this requirement realistic? Is it mine or inherited? Is it necessary for my peace? Is the world actually obligated to follow it? Most of the time the answer is no. And the moment you loosen the demand, even slightly, the anxiety begins to unhook from your nervous system. Because anxiety is not actually the enemy, anxiety is the body's way of saying, you are expecting something that you cannot guarantee. Demand-triggered anxiety often disguises itself as overthinking, catastrophizing, perfectionism, needing reassurance, people-pleasing, hypervigilance, avoidance, control issues. But these are symptoms, not the cause. The cause is always the same. The mind is demanding certainty in an uncertain world, or demanding predictability in a world built on change, or demanding perfection in a world built on imperfection. When you trace anxiety back to expectation, something powerful happens. The fear becomes understandable. The moment becomes manageable. Your nervous system relaxes. Your thoughts slow down. The situation becomes less threatening because you can finally see what you were asking from it. You stop treating every emotional spike as evidence that something terrible is happening. You start recognizing that your mind was simply protecting an expectation that wasn't compatible with reality. This awareness transforms the way you experience anxiety. Instead of spiraling, you become curious. Instead of panicking, you investigate. Instead of resisting, you understand. Instead of drowning in emotion, you uncover the belief beneath it. And that belief can be changed. The Stoics didn't try to eliminate fear. They tried to understand the expectation creating the fear. They knew that once the demand is released, the emotion naturally softens. Demand-triggered anxiety loses its power when you stop asking the world to behave like your mind's blueprint. When you let reality be reality. When you let people be people. When you let outcomes unfold without forcing them. Then something rare happens. The mind stops treating every deviation as danger. The nervous system stops scanning for threats. Your breath deepens again. Your body unclenches. Your heart steadies. Not because life changed, but because you stopped demanding that it change for you. This is the beginning of emotional freedom. The moment when fear becomes a message instead of a master, and expectation becomes a choice rather than a chain. There's a quiet strength that begins to grow once you learn how to trace anxiety back to the expectations that created it. When you finally see the root instead of wrestling with the symptoms, you stop feeling powerless. Something inside you shifts. You begin to notice how much of your daily tension has been held in place by tiny, silent demands you didn't even know you were making. And this is where the Stoics introduce one of their most transformative practices, micro-surrenders, small acts of letting go that gently reshape the way you move through the world. These moments aren't dramatic. They're not enlightenment-level breakthroughs. They are subtle internal releases practiced during ordinary moments that slowly retrain your mind to stop gripping life so tightly. Most suffering doesn't come from major events. It comes from constant micro-demands, little resistances, small pressures, quiet attempts to control the uncontrollable. Each micro-demand creates a slight tightening inside you. Each tightening creates a slight anxiety, and over time, all those tiny tensions accumulate into a heaviness you think is just life. Micro-surrenders reverse this process, one small release at a time. A micro-surrender sounds like, I don't need this moment to be perfect. I don't need them to respond the way I hoped. I don't need certainty right now. I don't need to fix everything immediately. I don't need to control how they see me. Each one is a mental loosening, a quiet refusal to fuel unnecessary pressure. One kind of micro-surrender is letting go of the urge to fix everything instantly. When discomfort rises, the mind wants immediate resolution. But a micro-surrender lets you pause and breathe, allowing the moment to remain unresolved without treating it like a threat. In that pause, the nervous system finds space. Another powerful micro-surrender involves letting go of the need to perfectly understand everything. Your mind tries to analyze every tone, silence, and detail, searching for certainty. But clarity rarely comes from force. A simple internal whisper, I don't need to understand this right now, can break the cycle of spiraling thoughts. There's also the micro-surrender of releasing imagined catastrophes. The mind loves creating worst-case scenarios because it thinks fear equals preparedness. But a micro-surrender brings you back into the real moment. I release the story my mind is inventing. It's not actually happening. That one sentence pulls you from imagination back into reality. Another form is surrendering control over outcomes. Every time you release your grip on how things must unfold, you teach your body that uncertainty isn't danger. Even something as simple as, I release the outcome of this conversation, softens the pressure in your chest. Then comes surrendering the need to be flawless. Perfectionism creates constant internal strain, insisting you show up perfectly at all times. A micro-surrender gently interrupts that pattern. It's okay not to be perfect right now. Suddenly, there is room to breathe. You can also release inherited expectations, the rules and demands absorbed from family, culture, or past experiences that no longer fit who you are. A small inner statement, this expectation isn't mine anymore, loosens the grip of outdated beliefs. And one of the most transformative micro-surrenders is letting go of the emotional reflex. When you feel triggered, your instinct is to react immediately. But a micro-surrender creates space. I don't have to react yet. That moment of delay is where wisdom enters. The beauty of micro-surrenders is that they accumulate. One small release won't transform your life, but dozens practiced quietly throughout your day begin to rewire the nervous system. They teach your mind that it doesn't need tight control to feel safe. They teach your body that tension isn't required for survival. They teach your emotions that the moment doesn't need to meet a mental checklist before you allow yourself to relax. Slowly, you become less reactive because small disruptions no longer feel like danger. You become less anxious because you stop demanding certainty from a world that will never be fully certain. You become more patient because you stop fighting the pace of life. You become more present because the moment doesn't have to meet a mental checklist before you allow yourself to relax. Most importantly, micro-surrenders cultivate peace not through force, but through gentle, consistent release. They show you that letting go in small ways isn't weakness, it's wisdom, it's trust, it's clarity, and it's freedom. This is how the Stoics built unshakable calm, not through grand acts of detachment, but through small daily practices that softened the mind and opened the heart, one micro-surrender at a time. There's a different kind of quiet that begins to settle in once micro-surrenders become part of your daily rhythm. When you start releasing tiny demands instead of fueling them, the mind becomes less reactive, less threatened, less easily thrown off balance. And in that spaciousness, something profound becomes possible, something many people talk about, but very few ever experience with honesty: emotional neutrality. Emotional neutrality is not numbness. It's not indifference. It's not shutting down your feelings or pretending you don't care. If anything, it allows you to feel more clearly because your emotions are no longer distorted by fear, assumptions, or inner pressure. Neutrality is the art of responding to life without adding unnecessary mental weight to what you feel. Most emotional suffering doesn't come from the emotion itself. It comes from what your mind adds on top of it. You feel sadness, and your mind adds, "This will never get better." You feel anxiety, and your mind adds, "Something is wrong with me." You feel anger, and your mind adds, "They always treat me like this." You feel disappointment, and your mind adds, "Nothing ever works out." The added story, not the initial emotion, is what creates heaviness. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that emotions in their purest form are natural, healthy responses. It's the mental commentary that spirals you into suffering. Their practice wasn't to erase emotion, it was to strip away the storylines that amplify and distort it. Emotional neutrality begins with noticing the difference between an emotion and a narrative. A feeling is a sensation, a movement, a wave in the body. A narrative is the mind's attempt to interpret, label, dramatize, or judge that sensation. Neutrality is the space between the two. When something triggers you, neutrality allows you to mentally step back and say, "Here is the emotion. I don't need to add more weight to it." That one shift changes everything. Neutrality makes you less reactive because you're no longer responding to the story, only to the truth of the moment. You begin experiencing emotion without merging with it, without letting it define you, without letting it become a prediction about the future or a judgment about the past. In emotional neutrality, sadness is allowed to be sadness, not a personal failure. Anger is allowed to be anger, not evidence that your world is collapsing. Fear is allowed to be fear, not a sign that you're unsafe. Discomfort is allowed to be discomfort, not something you must escape immediately. This approach doesn't suppress emotion, it prevents emotional inflation. It stops a momentary feeling from becoming a full psychological burden. It teaches your mind to stop exaggerating, stop catastrophizing, stop reinforcing old wounds. Neutrality also reduces emotional inertia. Without added interpretation, Emotions pass more quickly. They don't stick to you in the same way. They move through you instead of becoming part of you. You begin to notice how many emotions were only prolonged because of the thoughts you layered onto them. This clarity transforms your relationships. Without mental weight, you stop assuming motives behind people's actions. You stop personalizing their moods. You stop reacting to imagined insults. You stop escalating conflicts with interpretations that have nothing to do with what's actually happening. Neutrality lets you respond instead of retaliate, speak instead of defend, listen instead of assume, pause instead of explode. It creates space for wisdom to enter before emotion blinds you. It also changes your relationship with yourself. You stop judging yourself for having emotions. You stop treating every feeling as a crisis. You stop assuming emotional turbulence means you're failing at life. You stop drowning in shame, guilt, or self-criticism the moment discomfort appears. Neutrality is self-compassion disguised as clarity. It becomes the foundation for inner peace because it teaches you that emotion isn't the enemy. It's the story that hurts you. You learn to feel without collapsing. You learn to experience without spiraling. You learn to observe without attaching identity to every emotional wave. With neutrality, your internal world becomes steady, even when your external world moves. Emotions still happen: joy, sadness, frustration, excitement, but they no longer knock you off balance. They pass through you like weather across a sky that remains unchanged. And perhaps the most freeing truth of all is this: you don't need to control your emotions to find peace. You only need to stop adding weight to them. That is emotional neutrality, the stoic skill of letting feelings be feelings, allowing life to move through you without turning every emotion into a story about who you are or what your future holds. It's the quiet, steady strength of responding from clarity instead of reacting from fear. There's a different kind of ease that begins to take shape once you learn to meet emotions without adding stories to them. When you stop inflating your internal reactions and begin responding with clarity instead of panic, your mind becomes noticeably lighter. And in that spaciousness, another layer of truth appears, one the Stoics considered essential to inner peace. Most suffering isn't caused by reality itself, but by the internal argument you have with it. This argument is subtle. It often doesn't sound like anger or rebellion. It sounds like quiet resistance, the mind's gentle but relentless refusal to let life be what it is. This shouldn't be happening. This should have gone differently. They shouldn't have acted that way. I shouldn't feel this. This isn't fair.
I can't believe this happened.
These thoughts seem harmless on the surface. They even feel justified. But every one of them is a form of mental tension, a tug-of-war between what is and what your mind insists it should be. And that friction is what creates emotional suffering. The Stoics taught a radically simple truth. Peace begins the moment you stop arguing with reality. Not because you approve of what's happening, not because you like it, not because it aligns with your preferences, but because resisting what already exists is the most draining use of the mind. Non-resistance doesn't mean apathy. It doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean lying down and letting life push you around. It means you stop fighting the present moment as a matter of instinct. You stop treating reality like an enemy. You stop wasting energy demanding that what has already happened should somehow be different. Resistance takes countless forms. The grudge you hold because someone didn't behave the way you hoped. The resentment you carry because life didn't meet your timeline. The frustration that rises when circumstances defy your expectations. The tension in your chest when you want control but don't have it.
The guilt that surfaces when you wish your emotions were different. The rumination that spirals from wishing the past were rewritten. Every one of these is resistance disguised as logic. Non-resistance is simply this: allowing the moment to be what it already is, so you can move forward from clarity instead of conflict. When you stop resisting reality, you don't lose power. You regain it. Your energy returns to you. Your attention becomes sharp. Your thoughts become grounded. Your emotional system relaxes. Your actions become constructive instead of reactive. You stop pouring strength into impossible demands. You start responding to life in ways that actually create change. The mind believes that resisting reality helps you protect yourself. The truth is the opposite. Resistance keeps you stuck, emotionally, mentally, even physically. When you argue with what is, your nervous system stays activated. You stay braced. You stay in a constant state of inner tension. You remain locked in the loop of "this cannot be," even though it already is. Non-resistance brings relief not because circumstances magically improve, but because you stop adding unnecessary suffering to them. Your thoughts stop wrestling with the past. Your emotions stop fighting the present. Your nervous system stops predicting danger where there is none. You begin to see problems clearly because you're no longer clouded by denial or anger. Non-resistance deepens relationships too. When you stop resisting people's humanity, imperfection, inconsistency, difference, you stop taking everything personally. You start listening instead of defending. You respond to the actual moment instead of reacting to the version of it your mind resents. This doesn't mean tolerating harmful behavior. It means seeing things as they are, so you can set boundaries from clarity instead of emotional chaos. It also shifts your relationship with yourself. Non-resistance means allowing your emotions without treating them as threats. It means acknowledging your flaws without collapsing into shame. It means accepting your growth as a process rather than a performance. You stop demanding perfection from yourself and start meeting yourself as a human being, unfinished, evolving, worthy. The peace of non-resistance is quiet but powerful. It's the moment you stop tightening around every discomfort, the moment you stop trying to mentally push away what has already arrived, the moment you choose presence over protest. Life becomes softer, not because challenges disappear, but because you stop fighting battles that never needed to exist. You still take action when needed. You still make changes. You still pursue growth. But the energy behind these actions is cleaner, rooted in acceptance rather than war. The Stoics weren't asking you to love every moment. They were asking you to stop fighting the existence of the moment. Because when you stop resisting reality, something profound happens. You finally free yourself to shape what comes next. This is the peace of non-resistance, a peace born not from escaping life, but from no longer treating life as a mistake. There's a deeper calm that begins to rise once you stop fighting reality and allow the present moment to exist without internal argument. When you loosen that resistance, even slightly, your inner world becomes quieter. But in that quiet, something else becomes visible, something many people overlook because it hides inside relationships, expectations, and human connection. How much of your suffering comes from the demands you place on others without realizing it? These demands aren't always loud or obvious. They're subtle, soft, almost invisible. They take the shape of hopes, assumptions, or unspoken rules, yet they carry the emotional weight of requirements. And the moment someone fails to meet those requirements, your peace fractures. Not because the person harmed you, but because your mind had already decided how they should behave.
The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that the quickest path to disappointment is expecting others to move through life according to your internal script. But they also knew something equally important. Releasing demands on others does not mean becoming passive, weak, or detached. Real freedom comes from changing the quality of your expectations, not abandoning your boundaries or your standards. Releasing demands begins with recognizing how often you treat others' behavior as a condition for your peace. You might not say it out loud, but the internal demands sound like this. They should understand me. They should respond the way I prefer. They should communicate consistently. They should support me exactly how I support them. They should never disappoint me. They should know what I need. They should treat me the way I treat them. But people don't live in your head. They don't share your history, your sensitivities, your thought process, or your emotional logic. They move according to their nature, not yours. And the tighter your demands are, the more fragile your peace becomes. Releasing demands means shifting from emotional entitlement to emotional clarity. It means letting go of the belief that others owe you perfect alignment. But it does not mean tolerating disrespect, silence, or harmful behavior. The Stoics never taught passivity. They taught discernment. Instead of demanding how others should behave, you begin recognizing, this is who they are. Can I accept this truth without forcing them to be different? And then, from that acceptance, you make wise decisions about how close you allow them to be. Releasing demands doesn't weaken relationships. It strengthens them by removing the silent pressure that turns connection into emotional negotiation. People feel safer around someone who allows them to be human. Conversations become more genuine when you're not waiting for someone to fulfill an internal checklist. Disappointments become manageable because you're no longer shocked when someone reveals their imperfection. But releasing demands does more than soften relationships. It empowers you. Because every demand you place on others is a place where you give away your control. Every unspoken rule you expect someone to follow is a place where your emotions become dependent on their choices. Every requirement you cling to is a place where your peace becomes vulnerable. The Stoic path is different. You stop trying to control others, and instead you control your response to who they show themselves to be. This allows for healthy boundaries. Boundaries not built on anger or disappointment, but on clarity. You stop saying, they must treat me this way, and instead you say, if they don't treat me in a way that aligns with my well-being, I will adjust my closeness. That is not passivity. That is power. It's the difference between you must act differently and I will honor what I need based on how you act. One is control. The other is sovereignty. When you release demands, you allow people the full freedom to reveal their truth. And once you see their truth, you decide whether it fits into the life you're building. No resentment, no internal war, no emotional chaos, just clarity. Releasing demands also helps you see others without the filters of your assumptions. You stop projecting your own values onto them. You stop expecting them to read your mind. You stop misinterpreting their actions through the lens of your unmet needs. Instead, you meet them where they are and decide how you want to move forward. There is profound peace in this. You stop fighting with people in your head. You stop rehearsing conversations that never happened. You stop holding others emotionally hostage for not fulfilling roles they never agreed to. Your nervous system relaxes. Your expectations soften. Your attention returns to what is within your control, your choices, your boundaries, your energy, your direction. Releasing demands on others doesn't make you cold, it makes you wise. It doesn't make you distant, it makes you discerning. It doesn't make you passive, it makes you powerful in the only way that truly matters. You no longer hinge your emotional stability on someone else's behavior. This is how the Stoics loved, with open eyes, not closed expectations, with acceptance, not control, with clear boundaries, not quiet demands. They understood that when you stop forcing others to be who you want them to be, you finally free yourself to relate to them with peace, honesty, and strength. There's a deeper clarity that appears once you stop placing quiet demands on others and begin relating to people with acceptance instead of control. When you release the pressure of expecting others to behave according to your inner script, your relationships start to feel lighter, more genuine, more breathable. But in that new openness, something even more profound becomes clear. Connection only thrives when both people are free, not controlled, not coerced, not silently obligated. This is where the Stoics introduce a different kind of contract, one built on freedom, honesty, and choice, rather than expectation. Most relationships suffer not because two people are incompatible, but because they unconsciously try to manage, mold, or monitor each other. Not always through obvious control, but through emotional cues, subtle pressure, small manipulations, and unspoken rules. These things don't always look harmful on the outside. In fact, they often masquerade as care, but underneath, they erode trust, authenticity, and peace. The Stoic perspective is radically different. They believed that healthy relationships require a contract built on freedom, not the freedom to do whatever you want without care, but the freedom to remain yourself without fear of punishment or emotional withdrawal. It's the understanding that love cannot thrive where control exists, and connection cannot deepen where coercion, no matter how subtle, lingers. The Stoic contract is quietly simple. I do not control you. You do not control me. We show up as ourselves freely. And from that freedom, we choose each other, not because we must, but because we want to. This kind of contract shifts everything. It means you stop assuming responsibility for managing someone else's emotions. You stop expecting others to manage yours. You stop believing that closeness requires constant monitoring. You stop treating love like a performance. You stop shaping yourself to fit someone else's comfort zone. You stop resenting others for not acting according to your inner script. Instead, you begin relating from choice. Freedom in relationships does not weaken commitment, it strengthens it. Because true commitment can only come from two people who stay by choice, not by fear, guilt, pressure, or expectation. When someone chooses you freely, it means far more than when they stay because your emotional reactions make leaving impossible. Most people don't realize how often they trade freedom for security. They believe control guarantees connection, but control suffocates connection. Freedom nurtures it. The Stoic contract also means understanding that you cannot possess another person, not their attention, not their loyalty, not their emotions, not their behavior. You can influence through kindness, honesty, integrity, presence, and consistency. But you cannot force, demand, or dictate. Anyone who stays with you because they feel obliged isn't truly with you. They're with the version you pressured them into becoming. Freedom-based relationships create emotional safety because both people know, I am allowed to be myself. I do not need to shrink. I do not need to pretend. I do not need to earn affection through perfection. This doesn't mean anything goes. It doesn't mean tolerating harmful behavior. It doesn't mean avoiding boundaries. Freedom without boundaries is chaos, not connection. The Stoic contract pairs freedom with clarity. I give you the freedom to be who you are, and I reserve the right to choose my level of closeness based on what your freedom reveals. That is not control. That is self-respect. When you stop controlling others, you stop fearing their autonomy. You stop interpreting independence as rejection. You stop seeing differences as danger. You stop believing that connection requires sameness or constant alignment. Instead, you begin appreciating the depth that comes from two whole individuals choosing to meet in the middle, not out of need, but out of genuine desire. Something remarkable happens in relationships built on this Stoic foundation. Communication becomes honest because there's no fear of punishment. Boundaries become clearer because they're not used as weapons. Conflict becomes easier because it isn't tied to identity or insecurity. Affection becomes richer because it isn't transactional. Trust grows because no one is hiding behind a role. You also stop relying on the other person to regulate your internal state. Their tone doesn't collapse your self-esteem. Their mood doesn't dictate your worth. Their choices don't become your emotional weather. You remain steady even when the relationship experiences natural fluctuations. Freedom allows love to breathe. Control suffocates it. The Stoics believed that if you must grip someone tightly to keep them, you don't truly have them. And you don't truly have yourself either. Letting others be free means you anchor your peace inside yourself, not in their behavior. You stop clinging. You stop fearing. You stop losing yourself in caretaking, pleasing, or performing. This isn't detachment. It's mature attachment. It's two people meeting openly, without invisible chains, without emotional contracts, without the weight of controlling each other's inner world. In this kind of relationship, the deepest form of connection becomes possible, one shaped not by pressure, but by presence, not by demand, but by devotion, not by control, but by choice. There's a deeper softness that begins to unfold once you embrace freedom as the foundation of connection. When you stop trying to control people, when you finally allow relationships to breathe instead of tightening your grip, something inside you shifts. You begin to see that much of your relational suffering never came from who people were, but from who you wanted them to be. And that's where one of the most liberating Stoic truths emerges. Peace enters your relationships the moment you stop trying to mold people into your preference and start allowing them to be who they actually are. This sounds simple, but it's one of the hardest emotional shifts a person can make. Because we don't just build relationships with people, we build relationships with our ideas of them. We fall in love with potential, with imagined versions, with idealized reflections. We project what we want, what we wish for, what we believe someone could become if only they'd change a little here, soften a little there, heal a bit faster, grow a bit differently, feel a bit deeper, act a bit more like us. But the Stoics knew that this silent desire to shape others according to your preferences is one of the most potent sources of disappointment. Not because people are flawed, but because your expectations turn them into characters in a story they never agreed to be in. Letting people be who they are means releasing your grip on the version of them you carry in your mind. It means seeing them clearly instead of through the lens of your preferences, your needs, your fears, or your fantasies. It means meeting them where they stand instead of dragging them toward where you wish they'd stand. This doesn't lower your standards, it clarifies them. It helps you distinguish between what someone is capable of and what you've projected onto them. It helps you stop confusing intention with capacity. It helps you stop resenting people for failing tests they never volunteered to take. Most of the pain in relationships comes from difference, not difference itself, but our refusal to accept difference. Someone communicates differently, moves differently, loves differently, prioritizes differently, grows differently. And instead of observing this truth with clarity, we resist it. We try to correct it. We push, hint, suggest, manipulate, advise, or emotionally withdraw in an attempt to shape the other person into the mold we're comfortable with. But when you stop doing that, two things happen simultaneously. You experience more peace, and you see people more honestly. Letting someone be who they are doesn't mean tolerating disrespect or accepting behaviors that harm your well-being. The Stoics were clear about boundaries. You can accept someone's nature and still choose your level of closeness. Acceptance does not mean proximity, it simply means truth. When you allow someone to be themselves, you free yourself from unrealistic expectations. You stop expecting depth from someone who isn't emotionally developed. You stop expecting consistency from someone who struggles with it. You stop expecting vulnerability from someone who hasn't learned it. You stop expecting long-term vision from someone who lives moment to moment. And once you see this clearly, you adjust, not them. Acceptance isn't about lowering your needs. It's about recognizing where they can or cannot be met. When you stop turning people into projects, you stop feeling disappointed when they behave according to their actual nature instead of your preferred version of them. This shift also creates healthier love, because you start loving people for who they are, not who you want them to be. And that kind of love feels lighter, cleaner, more stable. It doesn't suffocate, shape, or demand. It doesn't resent imperfection. It understands it. It doesn't punish differences. It respects them. And something profound happens when you do this. People feel safer around you, because they can simply be themselves without fearing your silent disapproval. They can show up imperfectly without worrying that they're failing your private checklist. They can reveal their truth without fearing you're secretly judging the gap between who they are and who you prefer. You stop being an emotional evaluator and become a witness instead. This also reshapes your internal life. When you stop pressuring others to change, you stop pressuring yourself to manage everyone's behavior. You become less controlling, less reactive, less disappointed. Your nervous system relaxes because you're no longer monitoring people like unpredictable variables that must be fixed for you to feel emotionally safe. Letting people be who they are also reveals something essential. Sometimes the problem isn't the person, it's the mismatch. Acceptance helps you see when a relationship or friendship isn't aligned with your needs, not because someone is wrong, but because you simply operate on different bandwidths. And instead of forcing change, you quietly adjust the level of closeness. The peace that comes from this is profound. You stop fighting everyone. You stop fighting reality. You stop fighting differences. You start experiencing relationships as they truly are: fluid, imperfect, human. And most importantly, you free yourself. Because the moment you stop demanding that others become your preference, you free energy to become who you truly are. There's a deeper truth that begins to surface once you stop trying to reshape people into the versions you prefer. When you finally let others be who they are instead of who you imagined, something inside you settles. But in that settling, another pattern becomes visible, one that quietly erodes relationships, deepens resentment, and creates emotional distance without anyone noticing. It's the slow, subtle expansion of what you expect from people over time. The Stoics would call this expectational drift. Expectational drift doesn't happen suddenly. It creeps in quietly, soft, gradual, unnoticed. At first, your expectations are small, reasonable, natural. You expect kindness. You expect basic respect. You expect honesty. You expect communication. But as closeness increases, so do the expectations. You begin expecting consistency, then emotional understanding, then anticipation of your needs, then alignment with your preferences, then perfect timing, then flawless support, then unspoken agreement. Your internal standards rise like the slow tide. You hardly feel it happening, but the people in your life do. Expectational drift happens because familiarity tricks your mind into entitlement. The more someone gives, the more you unconsciously expect. The more predictable they become, the more you assume. The more stable they feel, the more responsibility you place on them for your emotional stability. This isn't malicious, it's human. But the danger is that expectations inflate far faster than appreciation. The Stoics understood that the mind always wants more from those who provide comfort. Comfort creates dependence. Dependence creates expectation. Expectation creates entitlement. And entitlement creates disappointment. The person hasn't changed. Your expectations have.
This drift shows up in subtle ways.
You become irritated when someone doesn't reply as quickly as they once did. You feel slighted when they don't anticipate your feelings the way they did before. You assume their support is guaranteed because it has been consistent in the past. You become upset when they behave like themselves instead of the version you've grown accustomed to. The painful part is that expectational drift rarely aligns with reality. People cannot maintain the idealized versions your mind slowly builds. No one can be endlessly available, emotionally intuitive, perfectly consistent, or eternally aligned with your needs. But because the drift is slow, you interpret their normal fluctuations as failures. The Stoics would remind you, the more you expect from someone, the more fragile your peace becomes. So how do you recognize when expectations are drifting? You notice when small changes feel disproportionately painful. You notice when you interpret harmless behavior as personal. You notice when you feel betrayed by inconsistency that was never promised. You notice when your irritation outweighs your gratitude. You notice when you measure the present moment against a past version of someone and declare the difference as deficiency. Expectational drift also creates emotional pressure. The person begins to feel they must always be on, always available, always attentive, always supportive, always aligned, always predictable. It turns relationships into silent performance contracts. And the worst part? As your expectations rise, your appreciation falls. You stop noticing their efforts. You stop valuing what they give. You stop seeing their humanity. You see only the gap between what they do and what you think they should do. The Stoic remedy for expectational drift is not lowering all expectations. It's returning them to their proper place. Appreciate what is given. Do not demand what cannot be guaranteed. Accept human inconsistency as a natural law, not a personal insult. Recognize that people change, fluctuate, grow, regress, evolve, and cycle just like you. Give others the freedom to shift without assuming their shift is about you. Stoic wisdom teaches you to replace silent demands with gratitude, assumptions with curiosity, Entitlement with awareness. When you see someone's effort clearly, without the fog of inflated expectations, you rediscover the relationship's true value. You notice the gestures they still make. You appreciate the presence they still offer. You acknowledge the humanity behind their imperfections. You no longer punish them for failing to be the flawless character your mind drifted toward over time. And something beautiful happens. Connection becomes lighter. Warmth reappears. Conflict softens. Resentment dissolves. Appreciation returns. Expectational drift is inevitable if you never examine it. But once you become aware of it, you can stop it from stealing the joy of the relationship and the peace of your own heart. There's a deeper awareness that begins to unfold once you understand how expectations slowly inflate over time. When you finally see how easily the mind drifts into demanding more from people simply because they've been consistent or comforting, something becomes clear. Your relationships don't just suffer from what you expect, they suffer from what those expectations cost. This is where the Stoics would invite you to look at something rarely named but deeply felt: emotional taxation. The quiet, draining pressure we place on the people closest to us when we make them responsible for our inner world. Emotional taxation is not loud. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't begin with arguments or dramatic conflict. It begins with subtle assumptions about what someone should do emotionally. And because it's subtle, it goes unnoticed until the relationship begins to feel heavy, unbalanced, or quietly resentful. Emotional taxation often shows up in the small ways. Closeness turns into obligation. You lean on someone for reassurance, and because they've given it before, you start needing it. You rely on their emotional stability, and slowly your own becomes dependent on theirs. You expect them to read your moods because they're familiar with you. You assume they will always respond gently because they usually do. You treat their kindness as responsibility rather than generosity. None of this comes from malice. It comes from comfort, from pattern, from habit, from the silent belief that a close relationship means emotional labor is owed. But emotional taxation is draining, even if no one talks about it. The Stoics would remind you that no person, no matter how loving or compassionate, is meant to carry the constant weight of another's emotional equilibrium. When your demands, spoken or unspoken, begin to shape how someone must show up around you, the relationship becomes imbalanced. Emotional taxation often sounds like, "They should know I'm upset without me saying it. They should always be available when I need them. They should understand my silence. They should comfort me even if they're tired. They should never get annoyed when I'm emotional. They should keep showing up even when I withdraw." But real relationships cannot thrive under the pressure of should. The truth is simple. When someone feels they have to manage your emotions, they stop being free in the relationship. They become careful. They become guarded. They become tired. They begin to censor themselves. They start carrying the weight of your reactions on their shoulders. And that weight eventually becomes exhaustion. The worst part? Emotional taxation often hides beneath good intentions. You don't mean to burden them. You simply expect them to be what they've always been, at the same volume, with the same consistency. But expectations disguised as emotional need can quietly turn love into obligation. The Stoic approach isn't to suppress your emotions or pretend you don't need support. It's to differentiate between connection and dependency, between sharing your feelings and making someone responsible for fixing them, between seeking comfort and demanding emotional labor. Recognizing emotional taxation begins with honest reflection. Do I make someone else carry the emotional weight I struggle to carry myself? Do I expect them to rescue me from my feelings? Do I treat their support as a guarantee rather than a gift? Do I react negatively when they set limits or have their own needs? Do I take without noticing how much they give? These questions don't accuse, they illuminate. Because emotional taxation doesn't mean you're a burden. It means you've forgotten where your emotional responsibility ends and theirs begins. Healthy relationships allow support to flow, naturally, willingly, without pressure. But they also allow boundaries. They allow individuality. They allow people to have their own emotional weather without being blamed for yours. Stoic wisdom teaches that emotional independence is not isolation, it's balance. It's the ability to feel your emotions without outsourcing the responsibility for them. It's the maturity to communicate rather than hint, to request rather than demand, to accept not right now without interpreting it as rejection. When you reduce emotional taxation, several things happen. The relationship becomes lighter because no one feels obligated to manage the other. Support becomes more genuine because it's freely given rather than expected. Communication becomes clearer because you stop relying on others to guess your needs. Resentment dissolves because neither person feels overextended. Closeness deepens because freedom replaces pressure. People feel safest when they know they're loved for who they are, not for how well they perform emotionally. And you feel strongest when your peace doesn't depend on the constant labor of someone else's heart. Recognizing emotional taxation is not about pulling away. It's about showing up with clarity, self-awareness, and mutual respect. It's about sharing your inner world without making someone else responsible for stabilizing it. It's about loving in a way that doesn't drain the relationship, it strengthens it. This is the Stoic way: connection without chains, support without obligation, and relationships built not on emotional demands, but on reciprocal freedom and grounded presence. There's a deeper freedom that begins to rise once you recognize the emotional taxes you silently place on the people you love. When you stop making others responsible for your inner stability, when you reclaim the emotional weight you once handed to them without noticing, your relationships soften. But something else softens too: your relationship with life itself. You start to notice how deeply outcomes have been controlling your behavior, your mood, and your peace. And this is where the Stoics introduce one of their most liberating practices: outcome agnosticism, the ability to act with full intention while expecting nothing in return. At first glance, this sounds contradictory. How can you pour your heart into something without caring how it turns out? How can you strive without clinging to the result? How can you pursue meaningful goals without letting the outcome define your worth? The Stoics didn't reject ambition or effort. They rejected attachment to the results of ambition and effort. They believed that you should give your best, show up fully, take thoughtful action, and move toward what matters, while holding the outcome with open hands instead of a clenched fist. Outcome agnosticism means you stop living in emotional debt to results. You stop treating outcomes as proof of your value. You stop needing success to validate you. You stop falling apart when things go differently than you hoped. You stop believing that life must reward your effort with the exact result you want. You shift from "I must get this" to "I will give my best and let the rest unfold." This kind of detachment is not apathy. It's clarity. It's strength. It's the ability to separate your identity from your results so you can keep moving without fear or desperation. One of the reasons outcome agnosticism is so powerful is because so much of human suffering comes from the belief, if I don't get what I want, then something is wrong with me, with the situation, or with life itself. But when you loosen your grip on outcomes, something profound happens. You become free to act without fear. You become free to try without shame. You become free to take risks without collapsing if they don't work out. You become free to grow without demanding instant results. Your energy becomes cleaner because it's no longer contaminated by pressure. The Stoics taught that the only thing fully in your control is your intention, your action, and your character. The result belongs to the world, and the moment you confuse the two, suffering begins. But when you reclaim your effort and release the outcome, you reclaim your peace. Outcome agnosticism begins with letting go of the emotional contract you often create with the world. I worked hard, so success should follow. I showed kindness, so they should reciprocate. I did everything right, so things should go smoothly. I invested so much, so I should get the result I imagined. These beliefs sound reasonable, but they're not rooted in reality. They're rooted in expectation. When you act with full intention but expect a specific outcome, you are negotiating with life, trying to trade effort for certainty. But life is not transactional in that way. It never has been. And the Stoics knew that demanding predictability from an unpredictable world is the fastest way to suffer. Outcome agnosticism shifts the inner script from negotiation to participation. You participate fully without insisting on a particular reward. You engage deeply without needing a specific ending. You act with honor without tying your self-worth to what happens next. This inner posture transforms everything. Your work becomes more creative because fear no longer restricts you. Your relationships become more authentic because you stop treating affection like a bargain. Your personal growth becomes steady because you stop expecting instant transformation. Your goals become more enjoyable because you're not suffocating them with pressure. Your failures become information instead of identity wounds. And perhaps the greatest change of all, you stop postponing peace until life gives you what you want. You stop waiting for success to allow yourself to feel worthy. You stop needing approval to feel grounded. You stop needing predictability to feel safe. Outcome agnosticism doesn't mean you lose passion. It means your passion is no longer fragile. It doesn't mean you lose direction. It means your direction isn't held hostage by results. It doesn't mean you lose motivation. It means your motivation becomes stronger because it's no longer tied to fear. When you expect nothing, you stop being controlled by anything. When you require no specific outcome, you move through life with a calm that no circumstance can take away. When you give your full effort but release the result, you discover the rare freedom of acting from your deepest self rather than from pressure, insecurity, or desperation. This is the Stoic ideal. A life lived with full commitment, full clarity, and full presence, without the chains of expectation dictating your happiness. Act fully, expect nothing, and let peace be the constant that remains, no matter what the outcome becomes. When you step back and look at everything we've explored, from letting go of rigid expectations to softening your grip on outcomes, to allowing people and life to simply be what they are, a single truth rises to the surface. Most of your suffering never came from the world. It came from your demands on the world. The moment you stop forcing life to obey your inner script, something remarkable happens. Your nervous system relaxes. Your mind becomes clear. Your emotions stop spiraling, Your relationships breathe again, and the world stops feeling like an opponent you must conquer and starts feeling like a place you can move through with steadiness and grace. This is the heart of Stoicism, not cold detachment, not suppressing emotion, not rejecting desire, but releasing the inner pressure that keeps you in constant conflict with reality. It's the strength of observing instead of assuming, the calm of responding instead of reacting, the peace of wanting without clinging, the freedom of choosing without demanding, and the quiet power of letting life unfold without treating every shift like a threat. When the mind stops demanding, it doesn't lose power, it regains it. It becomes lighter, clearer, more grounded. It stops gripping. It starts guiding. And that's where real peace begins. If this journey through the Stoic mind resonated with you, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment below and tell me, which idea hit you the hardest, and why? Your insight might be exactly what someone else needs to read today. And if you want more content that helps you build clarity, strength, and inner freedom, make sure to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you never miss the next deep dive into the mind, the soul, and the power of calm. Until next time, breathe deeper, hold life softer, and let peace guide you where demands once did.